Hello, CB Gaming faithful. It is time for the second day of North American Challengers League qualifiers here. And boy, could today not be an even bigger day for the CB Gaming squad. I am Slayer filling in for Yanni, who unfortunately cannot be here. But don't worry, we still got the bow tie connoisseur, T.I. Romeo here. Romeo, talk me through just how huge yesterday was for CB Gaming.
Yesterday could not have been bigger for CB Gaming. They were the 18th seeded team in the NACL. First game they had, they took on the ISU Redbirds, a very, very strong team to go up against. And despite it being a close game for the majority of the way through, we seen just how on point the players of CB Gaming absolutely were. Kizno and Nemesis were together the entire time, and there were some amazing Wukong plays out of Kizno, which eventually drew the ban from it in the next match. Now, the next match was an absolute David versus Goliath story. We had CB taking on Douyin Tony Top, which had, of course, Tony Top and Iconic from Golden Guardians on the same team to take on CB. In this game, we seen two absolute upsets. In the top lane, it was Darius into Camille, as we've seen Phenom take on Tony Top himself, who's slaughtered pro players across solo queue. And Phenom actually came out on top. And in the jungle, we seen Kizno play a perfect game, 0 deaths across the board. So, honestly, if you're CB Gaming, you are feeling some amazing momentum going into tonight's challenge.
Couldn't have said it better myself, Romeo. And it's funny, I know you used the David versus Goliath, a little bit of metaphor there. Well, our first game, it might be the true David versus Goliath, because you knock off a team like Douyin and Tony Top, the 3rd seed going into the qualifiers. You're one of the few 2-0 teams coming out of that first day. You're going to draw an even bigger hitter, and that is Taco Fish Gaming here. The top seed in the entire qualifiers is on cards here for CB Gaming, and they also sport a couple of guys who've seen some action at the highest level of League of Legends as well, Romeo.
Both these teams right now are undefeated in the NACL qualifiers. They're both going in 2-0. A win in this game could potentially mean advancing to the GSL portion of the tournament and get one step closer to making it in to NACL overall and get to play for the absolute prize at the end, right? The thing is, despite both the teams CB have faced being some great competition, TFT has by far, on paper, one of the best rosters in this entire tournament, and that's why they're first seed. They have their top laner, Aloran, who was on Immortals. He was a C9 Academy player. They have the infamous Dardoch, a player who was on every team in the LCS at some point, was supposed to be NA's finest jungler, the hope for them to have, and now he's here in the NACL. And then you have 3 other players who I haven't heard too much of besides Winter, who was on the Cloud9 Academy, he was on the Immortals Academy, and he was a sub for Cloud9 for a bit. On top of that, this squad won UCL minus a mid-sub in 2022. At the end of the year, they won the UCL 2022 Winter Playoffs. So, this team has a history. They are a storied org, and the squad themselves have already won competition not so long ago.
Yeah, it's insane when you look at the just pedigree of their roster, but, you know, let's throw all that aside, because honestly, I could care less about how many teams Dardoch has played for, and if Winter was low-key on C9 when their 2017 team as a substitute, was low-key a sub on that 2017 C9 squad when they made their runs, because at the end of the day, I love to parry off momentum, I love to parry off who really wants it more, and, you know, Team Fish Taco, maybe they limp into this thing. They think they're the top seed. They certainly blew out their competition yesterday, but CB Gaming has everything to play for behind their momentum. Nobody really thought that they would be here in this matchup to start off day number 2. And now, you know, we're a couple minutes away from them getting to show that they are the real deal. Hell, if they win this game, Romeo, they've already qualified for that next round, but you got to think that this team is looking way past a 3-2 record with the way this weekend has gone so far.
The other thing is the record does still matter because of how the qualifying works. It's based off points of where you finish in each round. So even if you get to round 2, finishing first in this Swiss round will grant you more points to get you closer to the NACL qualifier spot and have some wiggle room as you advance to the GSL rounds and whatnot. So having a 5-0 record would be the perfect start for either of these teams.
Couldn't have said it better myself, Romeo. And now we get a bit of time here to break down exactly what we're expecting to see from both of these squads. I will say, with Team Fish Taco still being the higher seeded team at 2-0, they've been allowed to have side selection for this matchup. That's what you can expect from every single one of these matches across the NACL qualifiers tonight. So they've actually selected blue side. What does that mean, Romeo, that our guys over at CB Gaming should maybe be prioritizing with bans and picks, being that they can't select a champion first off the board?
Well, first off, everyone knows Maokai's been tearing house across solo queue, across competitive, has been one of the strongest picks in any form of League of Legends play. So being drafted on red side pretty well means you have to ban the Maokai, since the only good answer to him kind of is Kindred, and even that's a little bit iffy because of how Kindred works in pro play. So instantly, it's more of having 3 bans against 2 when you're on red side.
Yeah, it certainly puts you in a pretty precarious spot. I'm glad you brought up the Maokai as well, as it certainly seems like Maokai is just a stupid tank by this point, builds Demonic Embrace, and its saplings are low-key just half-chunking AD carries to walk into near one silly brush. So certainly could be a banned priority, but on the other side, if you are Team Fish Taco, there's a couple of bans that you have to consider as well based off of how CB Gaming performed on day one.
Oh, absolutely. I think one of the people we're going to see starting to be targeted in these ban selections, if you've been paying attention to the VODs from yesterday, I think Kizno, you have to find a way to shorten some of the meta champions he likes to play. You got to take out that Vi, you got to take out that Wukong, or pick it away from him once you lose the Maokai, because he's been deadly on those champions. On the same token, there are some other characters here who have been very scary. Last Dance on Jhin and Seraphine were phenomenal. I think letting him get the Seraphine, he had some on-course that changed the courses of team fights against the Redbirds. And of course, Phenom's Darius proved it can go toe-to-toe with Tony Top. So giving him the Darius and not having a counter pick ready for it is something you have to pay attention to.
A lot of really big inconsistencies, I'd probably butcher that word a bit, of how this draft is going to play out in a lot of areas. But Romeo, it's interesting to pull back and maybe look a little more at the meta as a whole, especially pulling from pro play. I know you mentioned Jhin Seraphine as a bottom lane combination here, but it's funny to think about how this new age of kind of utility-oriented supports have really been making a rise up in the meta. So I'm curious if you expect either one of these squads maybe to see some hijinks with that Ashe support, Heimer support, or maybe even Jhin support in this one.
It's worth mentioning that Armored Modad on the side of CB does play Heimer pretty proficiently, so we could potentially see that come out. But the other thing is, with this being such a top level of play, we've already seen in leagues like the LCS having Azir pulled out as a counter. So when it comes to the support, once you start seeing these meta supports picks and people reaching to their pocket for these obscure counter picks, you really don't know what to expect from supports anymore.
Yeah, right. It's like it's a crazy world we're living in. I mean, we're only like a patch or maybe nearly 2 patches into season 13, and support world has been turned completely upside down. No more do people want to be prioritizing Nautiluses or maybe a Leona pick anymore. It's all about these weird off-meta support champions that can catch people off guard, and we actually do seemingly, speaking of draft and all these champions, it does look like we are actually live with the draft finally. I know Draftful is having a bit of issues for the side of both these teams, and now they're into the draft, and it looks like they're just firing through picks and bans here. You see the Vladimir taken away. That's the thing I'm looking at, Romeo. We saw that the mid laner here for Team Fish Taco competition loves his Vladimir. Not going to be able to play it against CB Gaming.
I think that's a great ban on the side of the CP. You really don't want him pulling out that Vladimir. His win rate with it's omnipotent. He's been spamming it in Masters solo queue. So you don't really want to be going up against that at all.
And on the other side here for Team Fish Taco, they take away the Senna and the Rise. The Rise, no pun intended, has made a pretty big rise in the meta as well, with Rod of Ages coming back into play. So that mid lane pick is taken away from CB Gaming, and as well, the Kindred is actually hovered and banned away by Team Fish Taco as well. But the key thing to look at so far, Romeo, No Wukong ban coming around. No Darius ban prioritized either by Team Fish Taco.
No, there has not been any ban on the Wukong or the Vi. The Maokai's been taken away, but that means Kizno very likely could be picking up Wukong to counter that Vi right now.
And just immediately as the Maokai ban goes away, it's Vi selected here for Dardoch. So single target damage here from the jungle spot also can be very, very impactful in the early game. That sounds exactly like Dardoch's cup of tea in the many years I've seen him play at the highest level of League of Legends. So that's the jungle pick locked in. And here, what does the response look like for CB Gaming? Looks like they're going to hover the Varus, and maybe they just look to carry out their entire bottom lane with their first 2 picks. No, I should have known, Romeo. If the Wukong was on the board, it had to have been picked at some point.
This is a deadly jungle matchup. Dardoch versus Kizno, Wukong versus Vi, the 2 greatest AD junglers that are on this patch. We've seen what both these guys can do on these champions, and I think the ADC picks like this, though, are kind of scary. Varus is super immobile with a Vi who can click ult on him and send him away. The chains of corruption aren't going to stop her when it's unstoppable. And of course, Caitlyn spends a lot of time pushed up. So if Caitlyn is locked in here, which she just was, now Kizno can come into that bot lane anytime Caitlyn's pushed up, click that ult button, and Caitlyn's going to be dead before she can move.
That Caitlyn pick will be locked in for red alongside the Karma here for Winter. So pretty powerful combination in the bottom lane that I feel like we don't see too often, actually. I feel like a lot of time when you see Caitlyn picked at this level, it's usually put aside the Lux for that maximum lane pressure, but they're going to opt for the Karma, which may help out Caitlyn and Red for Team Fish Taco down the line with scaling and protection like you talked about from the Cyclones. And it looks like the support pick might also get figured out here for CB Gaming, hovering a lot of intriguing picks. The Blitzcrank would certainly be a statement pick here, but gotta think it's gonna go somewhere else here as the time ticks down, Romeo.
Well, the Blitzcrank did get pulled out yesterday, and was one of the sole reasons they beat Dardoch. Not Dardoch, sorry. Doyen Tony Top, my bad. Could be the sole reason they beat Dardoch here. We'll have to see. But Blitzcrank last night was landing hooks left and right when it mattered. He actually landed the hook. Armored Modad landed a hook onto Wallflower, who's iconic from Golden Guardians, to win the final team fight of the match and open the fight, let them chunk him out. He had to flee the fight before re-engaging, and by the time he re-engaged, the fight was practically over.
Wow, certainly looking to continue that impactful play into the first game today. The second day of open qualifiers here for CB Gaming, but we're now into the second phase of bans here in our draft, and gotta think that it's just going to be all about those solo lanes for all 4 of these bans.
Yeah, you gotta imagine it's gonna be the tops being taken away. It's gonna be the mids. We've seen the Orianna off the board now. Casante's gone off the board. I'm curious to see the next 2 who are going to go off the board, and ultimately what's going to be picked when you have a Vi and Wukong able to punish you, as well as for the side of Fish Tacos. You have to keep in mind that Blitzcrank's going to be moving around the map.
Oh yeah, certainly will be very, very mobile coming up the river to create some sort of pressure towards mid lane. So gotta think, how does that factor in? For CB Gaming right now through their bans, it's really just about shutting down 2 of the real big tanky scaling tops that are atop the top lane meta currently. Casante has just gone absolutely crazy. It's such a fun champion to watch play, especially if you're a fan of Cloud9 and the LCS. Fudge is just taking over the league in the first week of the LCS slate with the Casante pick, and Ornn makes a lot of sense as well. And, well, a little bit of respect from Team Fish Taco at the end there, Romeo. They're not going to let Darius hit Summoner's Rift.
Nope, the Darius is off the board. I think that is a really smart ban from the side of Team Fish Tacos. You don't necessarily want to go up against that. You gotta also keep in mind, you're able to scout Team Fish Tacos and their play a lot easier than CB. So they're really going off of these last few matches in op.gg's, whereas Team Fish Tacos, they have a website and all that you can check out these players on. And you're familiar with a lot of them from a pro play.
Ooh.
So taking out the Darius is smart, and that is one statement of a pick.
Wow, to blind Fiora into on red side and opt for a basically giveaway counter pick. That is a statement pick on what is the true duelist of League of Legends in Fiora there for Phenom. So how is the response here from Team Fish Taco? The Poppy gets hovered, and that has to be a top lane. Poppy will get locked in, and the Silas, one of the most powerful mid laners in the game, potentially locked in and will be locked in as well for competition. So Pretty good way to round out the comp, but here's the greatest part about red side, Romeo. You get that coveted counter pick for mid lane.
It's going to be interesting to see what they pick here. Silas already has some good ultimates he can pick from. Like, I'm mostly looking at the chains of corruption that he can pull anytime he wants and root a lot of people. But we're going to get Cassiopeia, who's a relative counter to Silas and has a really good laning phase when it comes in. The only thing is grabbing Cassiopeia ult can still be very, very strong on Silas when it comes to getting away from a lot of gank potential from Kisno.
Yeah, that's a great point to highlight. Is you got to think about every single one of these high impact ultimates that you can see from CB Gaming's side can be turned right against them when Silas is on the riff with hijack. So it'll be interesting to track that. But right off the bat, Romeo, the first thing that I look at when I look at CB Gaming's comp as a whole is, man, if we can see competition, or excuse me, if we can see Nemesis and Kisno work together well in team fights with that Cyclone and Cassiopeia making sure nobody can dash, things could get pretty ugly for Team Fish Taco.
They absolutely can. The other thing that CB's roster do have is the potential for split pushes. Once you lock in Fiora, you have the choice. Do you want to commit to the team fight, or do you want to draw pressure in that top lane and maybe TP in a little late? And the thing that still gives them a chance at winning those team fights is if Blitz can land a pick. Fiora can just stay in that top lane and keep shoving while they have to choose. Do we fight the objective, or do we try to save our lane?
Yeah, it's a great point to make, right? Because when you go ahead and look at Team Fish Taco's comp for this slate, the answers for a split pushing Fiora aren't great without having to expend some serious resources. You could see Poppy having to go and obviously match that, so you could expect to see constantly, we'll see Alorum just coming up there towards the top side trying to match this Fiora split pushing. But if this Fiora is too much of a problem, if Phenom is too much of a problem up there, you can't just only send Poppy and hope that everything will be fine and play 4v4. You'd have to probably bring Dardoch. You could have Caitlyn come over the top with Ace in the hole for extra damage, but if you're expending that many resources already, what does the rest of the map even look like with the other 4 of CB Gaming grouped up?
Absolutely, and that's what the scary thing is for Team Fish Tacos. Overall, their team fight does look a little better. They have a lot more utility they can work with, especially if Silas and Caitlyn get some damage on them. Of course, we see Vi usually going with utility builds. You can probably expect like a Radiant Virtue, a Black Cleaver, the Chem Tank, all the utility items you want on a Vi jungle. But the other thing that it means is if Silas or Caitlyn fall behind in lane, it does draw some problems with the comp of TFT. Because Caitlyn's pretty well their sole AD when it comes to team fights, and Silas is going to be their sole AP. So if either of them fall behind in lane, it becomes a little bit messy when you start taking the 5v4s or 5v5s.
And Romeo, when we're looking further at this game state, it's no surprise to me that the most impactful player, I think on arguably either side for how this game may turn out, will actually be Dardoch. I mean, yeah, stop me if you've heard that one before with the team Dardoch has been on. But seriously, in this game, you already mentioned really well, Romeo, that Varus is a pretty immobile AD carry, and those chains of corruption have no effect if cease and desist is dropped on top of him. So he's already going to be a very easy target for Dardoch to spot out. But Cassiopeia, a pretty certain Petrifying Gaze plays the same way chains of corruption would against cease and desist. You're not going to be able to drop Vi off. So and Cassiopeia is pretty immobile as well. I mean, hell, the champion doesn't even buy boots. So it's two pretty immobile carries oriented for CB Gaming. If Dardoch gets ahead early or is in a good game state, and he times these ultimates right to set up his squad, which, I mean, Dardoch has had a track record of playing at high level with basically any champion, he could really be the thorn in the side of CB Gaming's composition.
Oh, absolutely. Both when it comes to landing phase and team fights, he has such creative pathing inside of the jungle, and if he gets a good flank angle, which I think makes team fights not necessarily a battle of Kisnos versus Dardoch, but rather Armored Maudad versus Dardoch, because the Blitzcrank, if he can land a hook before Vi's able to get a good engage, or even land a hook on Vi, it definitely can spell what side's having the advantage as the fight breaks out.
That's a great way to think about it, because you know, a lot of people, when they think about Blitz's kit, they always think, oh, you know, it's all about the big hook, right? That's the end all be all for Blitzcrank's composition. But the sneaky thing is with that static field, it has that silence. So if you see, maybe if a hook comes out and you expect Darduck to be playing sort of front-wise to this composition. I mean, there's not really a true tank except Poppy, but Poppy is far from a true tank that you expect like the Ornn, the Cassante band away. So if you see Armored Maudad able to pick off this Vi at the front of expected front line of TFT, that hook into a silence, into a knockup, that silence means the Darduck can't immediately just try and cease and desist now closer to those carries. You will have a couple second window to blow this Vi up, all because of that Blitzcrank kit.
Absolutely. I couldn't have said that better myself. It's really such an interesting dynamic where I feel like fights are going to be taken very, very slow until there's an initial engage from one of these teams. But at the same token, a slow engage isn't necessarily great for TFT side if Fiora commits to the split push. But on a 5v5 angle, it's really just who's able to commit to it first, and do we have the confidence to go all in on this play? I think when we see team fights break out, I know a lot of games it can change the course, but definitively once a team fight breaks out between these two teams, we're gonna start seeing someone pull away.
Yeah, I think that's a great point to make. Now, I do want to play a bit of a game with you, Romeo, because obviously we know what side both of you and I are leaning to. I mean, it's a pretty dead giveaway from everything that's around us on the screen. We obviously are pulling for CB Gaming, but if we drop the headers off of this trap, if we just look at the 5v5 champions, talk me through how you feel about both compositions, maybe in the early game, and then which comp you like more pushing in towards that mid and late game stage and potentially getting a victory.
I think it's really hard to say in terms of laning phase. I do think on the side of TFT, Poppy's a really good answer to Fiora. It stops her from doing a whole lot till team fights break out, which you want to try to get ahead on Fiora so you're ready to really either take the towers or go after some of the players and have a roll ahead where you can just kind of dive into their team comp and stop Vi from being able to engage and have to peel Fiora off the Caitlyn. So I think Poppy's a really good answer in the top lane. I think in mid, it's very clear that the Cassiopeia usually beats Silence when it comes to laning phase and has a little bit of a better team fight impact, I'd say, overall with these comps, because him grabbing Chains of Corruption will be difficult, and him grabbing Cassiopeia ult is good, but it's on Cassiopeia for a reason. The ult's going to be a little bit stronger on her. However, when you look at the bot lane, I think Caitlyn Karma performs better into Varus Blitz overall if Blitz isn't landing the hooks. At that lane, I'd say it's definitely top on the side of TFT, mid on the side of CB, and then bot lane's where it's the coin flip here. Are these hooks going to land? Is Blitz going to make the impact to change the lane? Or are Caitlyn and Karma going to be shoved up, taking all the plating, and leaving lane with a tower of gold over Varus and Blitz? Now, of course, the jungle matchup is pretty well even. Vi and Wukong are there to accomplish the same thing, and that's early to mid-game pressure, as well as a strong flank in team fights. So overall, the jungle matchup's also very, very even. So when I'm looking at what lane's going to really decide this game, it's bot lane with the jungle matchups impacting it.
I mean, I feel bad for not like taking notes, man. I should have write all that down, because that was like a lecture discourse on this game. I think the big takeaway I got from you though is we do have, even from a draft standpoint, as biased as we might come off at being for CB Gaming stream here, it's kind of even. There's a lot of spots where it's even. So that makes for really great League of Legends action. And I do think the bottom lane is a point of contention, because there's two ways that this lane goes. Caitlyn, Karma is not Lux, but she's a pretty similar style champion in the early game. She's all about those empowered mantra Qs, getting some serious poke down, and shoving lanes with Caitlyn. She can accomplish similar goals to Lux with a little more supportive instead of damage-based in her kit. So the Caitlyn Karma lane can go one way. They can just immediately come out the gate and poke Blitz and Varus off this lane, so they can't even get close to trying to line up these hooks. They can't even get close to playing around the minions. They're just basically trapped in the lane that this Caitlyn and Karma have created. Or, like you mentioned, if we see this Blitzcrank from Armored Maudad just come out the gate and find ways to get these hook avenues and give a lead over to Last Dance, then the entire complexion of that bot lane changes as well. So I think that's going to be the spot to watch 100%. And outside of that, there's a lot of interesting lanes to watch. But We're still just getting through the client-side draft right now, and I'm sure that me and Romeo could talk for hours about this big-time matchup between Team Fish Taco and CB Gaming, the two of the few 2-0 squads left in the open qualifiers as we kick off day 2. But we're going to take a moment to rest and let everybody build up some suspense for this big-time game. So after the break, we'll hit Summoner's Rift here. It's the first game for CB Gaming, and it couldn't be a bigger opponent. Number 1 seeded Team Fish Taco on the other side of the rift. Don't go anywhere. What a way to kick off the second day of open qualifiers for CB Gaming. They've drawn the big titan of the slate here for this weekend. It's Team Fish Taco on Summoner's Rift against them on their blue side. And safe to say, the momentum of going 2-0 Romeo is always nice, but now you've got the pressure of competing against the top dog to try and punch your record up to 3-0.
Yes, absolutely. This is the game that really can decide for these teams who's gonna go into the next round, as well as who has a chance at getting the most amount of points out of the Swiss round of qualifiers. These are two incredible teams that we've seen throughout that first round, and honestly, although it's in the siege-wise, it's definitely another David versus Goliath story for CB Gaming. I wouldn't be too surprised if they could pull it off. On the other hand, if they got smashed by Dardoch and Alarim, who could really say a whole lot, those are two of the greatest players who we've ever seen inside of the NACL qualifiers.
Yeah, I couldn't have said it better myself. Certainly two of the guys that are the big ticket item for this 2023 slate of open qualifiers, the first of many for the North American Challengers League in their new look. And, well, we have minions crashing, and it looks like both of our junglers are going to be starting on their top sides, which could alert to a bot side push, and you can already see the power of that Karma Caitlyn duo, but the hook will land for Armored Madan. Look at this, trading galore, flash away from Last Dancer. Ignites popped on both of these AD carries, and it looks like they'll both just walk away with a ton of summoners blown, but the action already kicking off early in this bottom lane.
Yeah, I don't know if that was the best hook. I don't know if that's exactly what you want to land this early, because I think Caitlyn and Karma are definitely stronger when it comes to level 1. Of course, we see the heal and ignite burn versus a flash and ignite from the side of CB. Last Dance in a mobile champion with no flash means Dardoch could already do a lot to impact that lane once they leave the tower.
And we could see top side, Phenom and Allurium already going for a ton of trading. Riposte used for a bit of extra slow. This Phenom has a bit of a dictation over that lane so far early on. But yeah, we're going to keep flashing here to the bottom lane because it seems that's where the big ticket item is going to be. And you can already see, we talked about in the draft, the two phases of this lane we could see from both sides. And with CB Gaming's bottom lane promptly stuck under their turret, we're starting to see the power of this Caitlyn Karma duo from a distance.
Yeah, those empowered Qs are going to hit hard, and there's nothing they can really do about it unless they land a hook under tower. which is a feat of any circumstance, right? Landing those hooks are not an easy thing to do, and unfortunately, when you're playing Blitzcrank into Caitlyn and Karma, it's the only way you can really alleviate some pressure out of lane until Kizno comes down.
Yeah, that's a great point to make. Until Kizno shows up, as we see another Mantra-empowered Q land right on top of Last Dance's head, who will already utilize all 3 of his health potions with that longsword start and has a biscuit, but you can see why, probably with the route of the longsword and is also sporting those biscuits, is because Last Dance knew that he'd be against a lane where his HP bar would be getting poked down constantly, and we've been talking so much about the junglers. We can see that Kizno is pathing bot currently, I believe, just took the Scuttle Crab away and will spot Dardoch out. So both these junglers are hovering around the bottom lane, but with the vision in the river, not much to find. Ooh, Hook will just miss there from Armored Mod Dad. Steps on a trap as well. So the Caitlyn's able to get some extra damage down. Flash forward knockup though. Rooted is Last Dance. They're trying to find the trades. Kizno finally shows up. 2 low health bars on both of these bottom laners for Taco Fish Gaming. Forward flash, the Q, not enough damage, and Red will walk away. Ooh. The piercing arrow though finds the first blood. And it's going to be a trade of 80 carries, but it's first blood for CB Gaming.
What a first blood just occurred. The kill goes on to Last Dance. Exactly what you want to see if you're CB. And of course, Karma picks up the spoils. You get a kill onto Karma. Not the worst support to have a kill on, but you definitely would have preferred to see it go onto EU Red if you are Team Fish Tacos. But I think what happened going into that is really, really interesting. We've seen Vi sit in the tri-bush after only taking 5 of their camps, thinking that Kizno might show up early. Kizno stuck with the full clear. So when Vi left for the Raptors, he was able to take the Scuttle and back into a position where if a fight were to break out, he could join it, and that's ultimately what got the first blood onto the side of CB.
Huge impact play. Kizno already making an impact on Summoner's Rift against Team Fish Taco. And you can see there, Dardoch potentially was trying to set up for a gank from behind, getting into the red side jungle, but isn't able to get on top of Phenom, who plays safe towards his turret with a wave crashing, and Dardoch comes up with absolutely nothing for his invade path. I believe he potentially was able to steal. No, he didn't even steal away any camps. He's also down 12 CS because he pathed up to the enemy red side jungle, Romeo, when it was already fully cleared out, like you mentioned. So Dardoch gets basically nothing for that excursion into enemy lines.
Honestly, it's really unfortunate because that's something you can figure out by pressing tab and realizing he's got 28 CS. He took that bottom scuttle from me. His top side's cleared out. I mean, Dardoch had to be up there anyways to take the scuttle, but he could have used that time to get a quicker back, be back on the rift in time to do something. And with him not landing anything on Phenom, really, it's not looking great for the side of Vi. It's still very early. It's not that much of a difference, but the impact has been made. We see Varus is back in lane with a Noon Quiver. Caitlyn's only got 2 longswords. Both the flashes are burnt on their side of bot lane. Meanwhile, Last Dance's flash has returned to him before Dardoch was able to do a whole lot about it.
It's a great thing to spotlight there that the Summoners are still up there for the CB Gaming AD carry. Also, interestingly enough, you brought up the Noon Quiver, as we do see Kizno and Dardoch are actually very close to bottom lane. Kizno just hovering to protect a potential dive. Maybe Dardoch might set up for one, hovering around the tri-brush there towards the bot side. But I want to bring that up, Romeo, because we've seen that a lot of Varus play has been around, you know, that Comet rune. You're going for the poke, you're going lethality. But Last Dance doesn't want to fall off in the late game. He's gone for Lethal Tempo, and that Noon Quiver is a sign that this could be very much, well, an on-hit Varus that scales up with crit. A very different look than what we've been seeing from Varuses at this level of play across Summoner's Rift.
I think it's actually really strong to do this, considering their bot lane combo. You have a Blitzcrank with Varus. Blitzcrank isn't a champion you're doing a lot of poke damage with, right? But you land that hook, you have the Lethal Temple procs, and you're able to do much more burst damage and be more effective later into the game to try and alleviate some pressure if EU Red gets ahead, or if you really need to steamroll these team fights.
And you also just stay on par with EU Red across into that late game when Caitlyn certainly becomes a bit of a monster from distance. Now, this Varus as well can do a lot of late game damage around crit. So it'll be interesting to track how this on-hit Varus choice compares to what we potentially could have seen from that poke comment-oriented Varus that Last Dance did not pick. But so far, it seems like since the little scuffle in the bottom lane, there hasn't been much going on. These two mid laners as well. It's interesting because we talked about the strengths of Cassio in lane, and hold on, there's a hook landed by Armored Maudad, but I believe he's alone down there, and he doesn't want to fight Winter and EU Red on his own, so he's just basically trying to interrupt backs here. Pesky Blitzcrank, what's new, Romeo?
Pesky B as Blitzcrank lands that hook, nothing really comes of it. But yeah, you're right, not a whole lot has happened. We've seen Vi take the first Cloud Drake, and now Kisno is here to make an impact.
Elorium does knock back Kisno, so he doesn't get the dash. He has to use the clone to go forward. Does have the Cyclone to utilize it, but they don't want to go for it here with Dardoch showing up, spotted on that pink ward. So good play by Elorium to make sure the Wukong can't get on top of them early, and it pays off. The gank finds nothing.
No, but we see both members of the bot lane of CB roaming up to mid lane, not a whole lot besides wards being taken. However, that lane pushed up right under Caitlyn's tower, so he had a little bit of a roam timer here. Seems to be going back to the bot lane finally, but Blitz still looking around the map. Maybe he can find the Vi, maybe he can find the Poppy, but he's here to help take the Herald. They may have lost Cloud Dragon, a little bit of a movement speed, the greatest soul in the game totally, but Blitzcrank is here. They got 4 members there for that first Herald, which can funnel a lot of gold onto whatever lane Kisno chooses.
A lot of pigs coming out towards the river. As there's another hook land on the winner. Hello, here's all of CB Gaming. Cyclone knocked up. So low health. It's a flash forward by Phenom to secure the first kill. But here comes the turn. Dardoch and competition are here. They shut down the Fiora. It's a knock up onto Dardoch, though, from the Blitzcrank. And Kisno finds the kill on the former LCS jungler. And it's 2 kills for CB Gaming. Can they find more? They'll turn their attention to the Rift Herald.
Phenom went a little bit deep in trying to finish off Dardoch, but it does a lot. It means they have... Ooh. Oh my god, he sent him to the Korean servers. But they have a lot more pressure on Herald now. Of course, they have the smite up. There's not a whole lot they can do to contest. So in that 1-for-1 trade, you're also confirming Herald. That hook, again, absolutely nasty from Armored Maudad, where they just kind of got the free execute and chunk damage on Winter, but another fight breaking out.
Hold on, competition and Lorem want to try and take a fight. Hello, though. Maudad is on the other side of the wall, and Kisno jumps over to secure the kill onto Lorem. Dardoch shows back up off a respawn, though, and they are able to shut down Nemesis, so the Cassiopeia drops, but they still find a trade with picking up Rift Herald.
Yeah, another trade. Good on the side of TFT. You're trying to alleviate some of the damages by getting that kill. I think it's interesting, though, that we've seen Kisno smart. He has a bounty on him. And same with Armored Maudad, who's just get out. They realize Nemesis is going to die. They choose to drop him. But in choosing to drop him, I'm surprised they don't try and give the kill there to competition. I think having more kills on Silas is a little bit stronger for their comp. Not that a kill on Dardoch is bad. We see he gets to leave base with that completed Chempunk Chainsword. He's going to be taking away a lot of the healing on the side of CB. Of course, Fiora, strong in healing. Wukong greatly underrated with how much healing his Q gives him and his passive. So it does still do a lot for the team. Vi is a lot stronger now. The clear is going to be quicker as this Ocean Drake comes up.
Interestingly enough, we've seen a lot of proactive plays here from CB Gaming early, but the goal is still pretty even, and that's partly because you got to look at it there, as Romeo was beautifully explaining that fight. The Caitlyn Karma combination have done a lot of work in the bottom lane. They have a gold lead here on EU Red. They've also been able to take, I believe, 2, if not 3 of those turret plates. So that extra subliminary gold is really paying off. And now we see a bit of a death brush getting set up by the side of Team Fish Taco, and hello, Dardoch pops out, lands the Q, cease and desist on top, over top, and Armored Maudad drops, but hold on, Last Dance doing a lot of damage, Dardoch very low health, Kisno shows up, Cyclone to knock up EU Red, but his target is Dardoch, 1 HP away, and the second bout of Cyclone secures it. Kisno has Dardoch's number right now.
And Kisno once again making his impact known anywhere Dardoch shows up. Kisno is there waiting, and great play from the Death Bush of Team Fish Tacos. But because they didn't have vision of where Dardoch was, he's able to hop over that wall and make it a phenomenal play. He burnt his flash in the process, but they're able to take out Dardoch, and now there's a 3-0 Wukong on the side of CB Gaming.
Already has the Divine Summoner completed, now turns his attention to the newly spawned Ocean Drake. Gotta think with the vision we see here, not much for Team Fish Taco, and Dardoch is pathed up towards the top side, so this is a 3 Ocean Drakes secured. The Drake count will go even, as we will have an Infernal Soul on Summoner's Rift. Out of the 3 remaining options, Romeo, I think Soul is actually the weakest one. I mean, with how impactful Hextech and Chemtech have been, it's unfortunate the Infernal shows up, but certainly still a very powerful one.
To be honest, Inferno Soul does have the highest win rate right now in the Summoner's Rift, if I'm correct. And the other thing is, despite Chemtech's buffs, for the side of CB, you don't have a lot of tanks, and for the side of TFT, you also really don't have a lot of tanks to play with. So it's not as impactful as you really want it to be. Whereas Inferno, you have two teams that do a ton of damage. Vi comes in, you can burst with her. A win.
Ooh. Grand challenge popped. Alorum pops. The knockback and the keeper's verdict sends both members of CB Gaming packing. They had the Poppy so low, but that pesky swing of the hammer keeps Alorum alive, survives another top lane excursion from CB Gaming.
And that's such a great thing about the Poppy pick. The W on Poppy prevents Wukong and Fiora from doing a whole lot in laning, let alone in teamfight. But we see Dardox up there in the pit as the Herald crashes. Will they have an impact on what's happening after this TP comes back?
Oh gosh, you're right. I didn't even see that. Alorum immediately TP's back, and Dardox behind them. Flash to stun. Just Kipsno against the wall. The Cyclone comes out, but he is trapped. The second bout keeps him alive a little bit longer, but that's the big shutdown coming across for Alorum, and it's all set up by Dardox. Amazing lane flank.
Yeah, and that's what makes Dardox such an incredible jungler. Seeing angles like that, he sneaks into the pit behind where no one. Oh wow.
That's Flash from EU Red. That's the respect given over to Armored Maudad. A lot of damage traded back, though. Here comes out the ace in the hole. Armored Maudad can bite it. But, man, Last Dance takes a lot of harass off of a hook landed by Armored Maudad.
There is just so much going on in every phase of this game at the moment. That bottom tower may be the first tower taken, as it's going to be hard for Armored Maudad to defend it himself. Last Dance choosing not to back till Kizno gets there. This is a very, very risky play from CB.
No ace in the hole, though, available for Caitlyn, so no over-the-top damage, and it looks like Armored Maudad will just soak up the front line as they are able to clear out the minions and reset the lane, so that turret's still very much under siege, but safe for now is Dardoch, man, just loves setting up these lane ganks. He's tired of trying to path around the jungle, Romeo, to get picks. He's just going to utilize the lanes themselves to set up his team for kills.
Well, the thing is, it's been very effective, and also, if you look at the smite advantages, Dardoch's been farming a lot when he has the treats up, which means he's closer to that upgraded smite than Kizno, and if he's able to get it without Kizno taking it before that next Inferno Dragon, it could be a free Inferno for the side of TFT.
We can see the Dardoch by supporting his bottom lane there of EU Red and Winter. They're able to feel confident. They take the first turret, but here comes CB Gaming's bot lane. Armored Maudad lands the hook. The knockup's going to come across. He's in the middle of everybody, and Kizno finds another kill. But give Armored Maudad the credit. This Blitzcrank is still rolling on from yesterday.
And Armored Maudad making one of the most monumental impacts in this game. He's got 6 assists, 100% KP on the side of CB, which, for a Blitzcrank, that is absolutely incredible. The question is, will this continue as we start getting bigger objectives? Third Dragon's about to be on the table. Of course, we're going for this Herald. Almost everyone on both sides committed. It's going to take Nemesis some extra time to roam up, but it looks like we might get a 5v5 over this Herald. Will Armored Maudad be able to pull off a hook that changes the fight?
There is no teleports available as well. I know these top laners are pretty close to the Rift Herald, but none of them have any TPs. Neither mid laners have TP up for Silas. Competition doesn't have it up, and it's an exhaust here for Nemesis to protect himself. But we can see there that there is a blue ward right on top of the Rift Herald pit. It doesn't look like it'll get cleared out. So Team Fish Taco, they know this is happening, but they just don't have the pressure that they want to contest it. And that's another free neutral objective going over to Kizno.
And here's the thing, we just seen a back from Poppy. Phenom still in lane, Dragon up in 30 seconds. However, it looks like Aloran is heading back to the top lane, which means it's only going to be a 4v4 over this Inferno Dragon as the TPs are down. I do think Aloran's might come up in time.
Yeah. It'll
be very, very close. So it's going to be interesting to see. Is Phenom going to commit to the lane, or is he going to go help and try to take this third Dragon?
Well, what we've been talking about is the Phenom is the real X factor for CB Gaming, because he can be that split pusher that divides a TFT comp that is just so composed and ready to team fight. So it wouldn't surprise me if Phenom wanted to stay up there, as the Drake will drop. But you can see CB Gaming, they're cut off. They're about to get swarmed. It's already a flash out from Last Dance. Armored Maudad has to run the other way. Cyclone Pop from Kizno with the clone. And so much expended just to avoid the collapse there from Team Fish Taco.
And I think that might be a lot for Team Fish Taco. it looks like they're going to try to push, take this mid turret, and then roam down and get that Inferno Dragon.
But look at the top side of the map right now. You can see Kizno, Armored Maudad, and Last Dance. They all didn't retreat back to their base. They're pushing the top wave, and it's the demise of Nemesis, who is set to guard this outer mid-turret by himself. He gets collapsed on by 4, and look at this push in the top lane. They've dropped Shelly. They've already taken down their tier 2. It's only Elorium who can knock one back with Keeper's Verdict. A hook lands onto Poppy. Now the knockup comes across. He's surrounded by 4. Ignite popped. Grand Challenge on top of him. He dies in his own base. Elorium is down. You can see that finally a member of Fish Taco Gaming shows up, but the inner turret inside the base already dropped. CB Gaming, the shot calling pays off. They've broken the base of Team Fish Taco already.
That is one way to turn a losing play into a winning one. They sent all 4 of them to that top lane, and they said, okay, fine. You want Dragon, you want mid? We'll take the entire top lane. They have a long lane open. Now, it's really scary if you're TFT of a Fiora split push, because if she split push in the bottom wave, you don't have a lot of the map left to play with, and if she split pushes top, she could end the game.
Exactly right. It's unlocked so much here for Phenom to play around, could go for that inhibitor, also could just prioritize going towards the bot side, because if Phenom gets that much work done in the top, it could easily translate that towards the bottom side where there still is an outer turret there, and you can already see that Alorum and Phenom are positioning themselves to brawl on the bot side. So be interesting to watch, how does Team Fish Taco respond to this Fiora who's just ramping up as a big time split pusher.
It's hard because you can't be left alone, but you need Poppy for these team fights. So it becomes this really interesting dynamic of how long do I hold until I join? And the other thing, once again, the primal question is what happens if Armored Maudad lands a hook at one of these objectives while Fiora is left alone in the lane? Then it becomes really, really, really scary for TFT. But on the same token, they've done a great job at really holding off CB from doing everything they want to do. Of course, that top lane play was the biggest switch up in plays that we've seen so far, but TFT and CB are neck and neck in this game. 1,000 gold is what really separates these two teams. But on the same token, you got the Inferno Dragon. That's a lot of extra damage as we head into the Baron fight.
Baron is the hot ticket item, it seems, for both of these squads, as Armored Maudad clearing out some vision. A hook does go just a little bit wide, and now does Team Fish Taco want to go forward with that. Static Field is stolen away there by competition. We haven't really sung his name a lot just yet, but the Silas still could be highly impactful in some of these fights, and it looks like they're just going to battle for vision here, and I do appreciate you bringing that up, Romeo. Dardoch, he saw what was happening towards the top side of the map. He didn't panic. He took the free neutral objective, so he grabbed the first Infernal Drake to at least push the stack further towards Team Fish Taco, but the gold lead still to the side of CB Gaming. A lot of these champions starting to hit their 2-item power spikes.
Yes, they are. We've seen Roa fully stacked out on both these mid laners. Of course, the Seraph Embrace has been picked up by Cassiopeia, but we got a fight that's left me speechless in the bot lane here.
Alorum already utilized that to block for the dash forward from Phenom, so able to get a bit of extra damage out as keeps going forward with these lance pokes from distance. Those two are going to keep fighting out. Phenom just wants to keep him away, but here comes Dardoch and company. They've snuck up the red side base. They've jumped on top of Armored Maudad, dropped by the cease and desist. Kizno has to run away with the Cyclone to create some distance, and it's a pick at a very untimely time by Dardoch.
Yeah, that is a strong pick if you are on the side of TFT. The thing with CB is they need their team there to be setting up with Armored Maudad, or things like that are going to happen. And now it's a predicament. Do you play for the steal if you're Kizno? He's one of the best champions at stealing, but they've already committed Poppy, who can just knock you straight out of that Baron pit. Phenom's going to be looking to try to alleviate some pressure, but it is a 4v5.
Both top laners teleported in for this thing. The Baron down below 3k, 2k. Kipsto has to go now, and it's a steal!
Oh my God!
By Last Dance, they grab the Baron from Dardoch's clutches and get out with only one dead. My God!
It was smited to 50 HP, and the Varus arrow is what claims it. You lose Kizno, but you get the 1,500 gold from Baron. You have that Baron power play, and they can steamroll this map in 20 seconds once Kizno is back with them. That is monumental.
Just when we thought Team Fish Taco were going to start pulling away, Dardoch made his impact on the Rift, getting a pick and immediately turning their attention towards Baron. Kisno and company, Last Dance, they say no, sir, and they grab the Baron for themselves. It's alive on at least 3, I think 4 members, and bigly enough, it's on top of Phenom. He's able to riposte the Keeper's verdict and sends the Lord to a great screen. CB Gaming is on fire right now.
A parry was insane. Lawrence down. It's a 4v5. CB has Baron. It is time they make something happen on this Rift and change the tides to be more in their favor. The Dragons up in 25 seconds. They're steamrolling this mid lane. Can they get the T1s in bot and mid and open this map for them?
Well, hold on here. Competition goes forward with those chains, lands on top of Armor Modab, but he's surrounded by 3 members of CB Gaming, has to pop Zhonya's to create some space. So those Silas chains send Competition into a dangerous spot, and you can already see, look at Phenom creating so much pressure on that top lane. He already pulls EU Red over, and they're going to try and pick off this Fiora. 3 strong here. Dardoch in the front, trying to shut down Phenom. He flashes the wall. Riposte cease and desist and takes the blast code away. He's totally safe. He's going to get out, and while the rest of that's happening, CB Gaming, they're pushing down mid. They're pushing down bot with that Baron. Competition trying to get on top of Armored Modad to protect his turret. Static Field creates enough distance. Competition has to flash away, but here comes Dardoch. Lands the Q, knocks up both. Armored Modad so low. Dardoch hunting him, and it's Gale Force that takes it away for EU Red, but it cost Dardoch his life. He jumps too far too forward, and now Kisno with the turn Cyclone. He knocks up the Karma. Winter is so low. Competition grabs the kill, and it's just Last Dance. He's got to find these kills. The E doesn't land, doesn't have the piercing arrow up, and somehow Competition and Winter walk out with their lives.
It's very interesting to see that 2 for 2. Very, very tunnel vision onto the Blitzcrank. I think that's something that is a little bit strange to do, but it worked out at the end of the day. But the Baron split push is still on. It's 2 for 2 in Dragons. Last Dance and Phenom are going to be looking to take a T2 mid turret here.
Yeah, they're knocking it down very quickly, and Phenom wants to go forward, try to land the riposte to counter any sort of stun that'd come across, but it's just making space so Last Dance can take that tier 2. And in the background, while all that was happening, I can't tell you who secured it, Romeo, but somebody secured the second Infernal Drake for CB Gaming, so even there, the Dragon stacks are even.
It is. It's so even. Now, you got the argument, which is better, Ocean or Cloud. I think most people would prefer Ocean, but you got to keep in mind there is so much shield cut that has been invested on the side of TFT. You got a Bramble on Poppy. You got the Chempunk Chainsword on the Vi, and your Karma is already working on that Chem Tank Future Fire.
A lot of heal cut there, but who cares? Why are we picking strands of hair with these Dragons? CB Gaming, they're sitting on a nearly about 4.5k gold lead. They've taken so much standing gold, very much in the driver's seat of this game, and unless they start to slip up, they give Dardoch a little bit of areas to bounce back into this game. They have the composition to try and go for these 4-1 splits, and they have the base already unlocked here for Team Fish Taco.
And you gotta keep in mind, the majority of this gold has come from taking towers, which is what really separates the gap. And the thing with taking towers, it's not just about the gold, but the map pressure that CB is applying to TFT right now. The only lane that's even remotely even is bot lane. Their top lane is always going to be shoving in towards that inhib. Their mid lane is now shoving in towards them. They are under the pressure of trying to keep this map in their favor. Their circle of influence is starting to squeeze, and that's going to be really, really difficult for them to play objectives that are spawning in 1:30 in 2 minutes time.
Now the lull begins. We're fully into the late game here. A lot of these champions starting to hit their 3-item, 4-item power spikes, and you're going to see the real macro of League of Legends come out at this level. You're waiting for those big neutral objectives. You heard Romeo mention them. Baron is on the cards in just above a minute, and that third Infernal Drake as well could be in play. Neither team can secure Soul just yet with how even the Dragon stacking is win. But you can already see CB Gaming, they know how important setting up around these 2 pits is, and they're just going to bide their time, slowly take up as much vision as they can. But Alorum is actually on the other side of the rift right now. He's in the top bot side river. He's running up into the red side jungle here, and all these pings are flying out because It looks like CB Gaming is trying to pick him off. Alorm has to flash Chains of Corruption, but the rest of his team has come up behind him, and they've knocked out Nemesis. Cease and desist forward from Dardoch. They're trying to knock down this Cassiopeia, but on the other side, the Fiora is running rampant on the Taco Gaming bot line. Armored Mondad will pick up the kill onto Winter. EU Red is free-hitting Phenom, trying to pick up the kill. They've gotten on top of Dardoch. They turn their attention towards the Caitlyn. So many low health bars. Grand challenge. It's healing Phenom up. They've gotten the kills. It's all down to this Poppy. Alorm is the only one left for Taco Gaming, and they only lose Nemesis. 4 dead on Taco Gaming side, and CB Gaming, they're just going to push down mid lane.
And they do it. They're looking for the inhib here. They have plenty of time as the timers are the closest up is 10 seconds on the Karma. Not someone who can defend. Tower 1 is going to fall, and it's looking really rough on the side of CB.
They could honestly go for the end here. The Death Timers are still pretty high up. Alorm is the only one alive. Winter finally comes up from the gray screen, and looks like CB Gaming, they toyed with the idea of ending, but they're going to compose themselves. They take the inhibitor, and they have their sights set on Baron Nashor after a reset, but hold on. Oh, Alorm, you're up too far and you're lonesome. Another hook. Armored Mondad finds the Poppy, but some swift footwork with the blast cone and the dash. Poppy actually stays safe. They somehow survive the onslaught. Last Dance, very low health on mana, might have been the cause there. And now Dardoch's pressing forward. He doesn't want to let CB Gaming reset. Alorm has backed and now will TP back forward full health. And with no reset coming out from CB Gaming, Dardoch's making the call. They're just going to go ahead and jump on Baron as they're turning the pressure dial up to 100 on top of CB Gaming. And you can see, Last Dance, he didn't even get a reset. His mana is so low. The Baron Nashor getting taken down. Phenom is teleported behind once again now, and the turn comes out. Armored Mondad, he's hooked this Vi, a 4-man Cyclone knockup. They got on top of EU Red. No mana, no problem. Alorm drops. The Silence drops as well. They got on top of Winter. It's only Dardoch left against the entirety of CB Gaming, and you have to think now, that is the fight won, and CB Gaming might just knock off the top seed in the qualifiers.
It's looking like it. Dardoch trying to evade the hook, but the thing with Vi is they don't have wave clear. They got 2 towers, and they're starting to fall.
Your king is dead, ladies and gentlemen. The #1 seeded Team Fish Taco, the consensus best team in the qualifiers, just got knocked out, and it's by your CB Gaming squad, who moved to 3-0 on the weekend.
It's a miracle here in the NACL qualifiers as the 18th seed dethrones the #1 seed here and go 3-0.
Unbelievable scenes here. Unbelievable. They're not the 18th seed anymore. They are the #1 team to beat. CB Gaming, what a performance. We talked about the pedigree of this Team Fish Taco squad. You have former LCS pros. Dardoch has played on about half of the organization still in the LCS. Winter has spent time on a substitute role with C9 Gaming, has been in the academy scene for years. Alorm has taken time at this top level. None of that matters now anymore, Romeo, because CB Gaming just knocked them off to start off day 2.
You have here what people weren't expecting to go so far, but CB has proven themselves as one of the, if not the strongest team here in the qualifiers. Of course, there's still a ton of great teams like Supernova for them to potentially have to face as we continue in these qualifiers. But TFT was a favor to go all the way, and although they still potentially could, their record is now tainted by a loss to CB. Kizno, absolutely incredible performance against Dardoch, something you really, you keep seeing this Kizno take on these world-class junglers and go all the way. He's able to counter their plays. He's able to make an impact on the map. But let's not forget, Armored Mondad landed, I don't even know if he missed, what, 1 or 2 hooks that we've seen?
Feels like it.
Landing them every time it was important. And Last Dance, even with no mana, is sitting there firing the shots, taking out all the enemies he needs. And Phenom, the pressure he'd applied, top lane gone by 20 minutes, and just still evading the parries left and right. He's countering everything that could knock him up and escaping for free.
It's unbelievable, this team. And I want to go back to that point very quickly you made, Romeo. I kept mentioning in that final fight, Last Dance had no mana, right, to play with. But because he went on-hit crit build Varus, his kit, the auto attacks are what matters. Those are what matter. Not he doesn't need the mana. If he went that Comet poke build, he would have been completely useless because he would have been lethality. But because he made the decision to go on hit, he runs the Rage Blade, he runs Immortal Shield Bow. He doesn't even need mana, and who even knows how impactful that would have been on a fight where he wasn't even allowed to reset. What would that have looked like if he was that lethality Varus?
And it's just something that you don't see happen often, but when it's pulled off correctly, you just have to commend it. And it just really shows when you look at the scoreboard, the guy who did the most damage out of both these teams is the on-hit Varus with 23,000 damage.
23,000 damage, but this team just performed in all facets. Me and Romeo could sit here breaking down what was the upset of the weekend. I'm stamping it now. Upset of the weekend for CB Gaming over Team Fish Taco. And now CB Gaming, congratulations, you're already moving on to next weekend. 3 wins already qualifies you for the next round of the NACL Open Qualifiers. But Romeo, they're not stopping here.
They want to get those extra points as we move into that next bracket. They still have 2 teams to go. It will be really interesting to see who they are going to take on in these next 2 rounds, and if there will be more of a fight, because these last 3 rounds have been incredible, but each of them feel like it's been getting harder and harder for CB. ISU put up a great fight, but then we had Doya and Tony Top, which also held them later into the game until they started pulling away with a lead. This game felt very, very strong until those last 5 minutes, where we seen them take team fights that they knew they could win. It wasn't 50-50 in their minds. It's 80-20 when they're going into them. It feels like every time there's a big team fight that breaks CB away from their competition. It's going to be interesting to see in these next 2 rounds if there's another team that can really find a way to counter that mobility.
And to figure out what team could be potentially up next for CB Gaming, we do have to wait a bit, because as this goes, this is a very alive tournament, Swiss-style bracket. So you find out your opponents arguably minutes before you play your next game. The only opponent you know is your first one. So we are going to have to go to a break here, but stick around. Stay logged to CB Gaming on Twitter. Stay here on the Twitch channel, because there is not a team hotter right now in the North American Challengers League qualifiers in CB Gaming. And in just under an hour, we'll have their second game of the day against a pretty big opponent coming up. Don't go anywhere, folks. Take a break, let your heart rate go down, and we'll see you guys soon. Welcome back, everybody, to CB Gaming's official stream, running through their League of Legends squad in their bid for the North American Challengers League in the first round of Open Qualifiers. Hopefully, everybody's gotten to go use the bathroom, get some water, get some food in you, because
Eat a gingerbread cookie.
Eat a gingerbread cookie if you're Romeo, because we are still rolling along here, and honestly, Romeo is still processing the win for CB Gaming against the #1 seeded team Fish Taco.
That was one hell of an upset we just witnessed, as CB Gaming is one of the last 4 teams who are still undefeated in the NACL qualifiers.
It's insane to think about that CB Gaming got to this point, but they've done it. They've deservedly done it so, and last game really highlighted it. Every phase of this squad was performing at a high level. If you remember, Phenom was doing so well with the Fiora, creating so much pressure in the side lanes, and then finding good flank angles when it really mattered. Kizno has been probably, I would label, the best jungler in the entire tournament so far, and showed once again on the Wukong. You had great play from Nemesis on the Cassiopeia. Last Dance's decision to go on hit Varus versus the more common Comet poke-oriented lethality Varus paid dividends in the final fight. And who can forget Armored Maudad on the Blitzcrank with some of the most insane hooks to get this team to this point. And they're gonna need that level of play once again for their next opponent, Romeo.
I wouldn't be surprised if we started seeing the Blitzcrank get banned as we go into these last 2 games. He's been picked twice now for CB, and both times have come up with some monumental hooks that have won CB games. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see Native Gaming here maybe take away the Blitzcrank once we go into the banning phase.
Well, we are getting set on the other side to figure out all the draft, but haven't necessarily named the opponent yet. You heard that Romeo mentioned there are only 4 teams currently on this weekend, 3-0 through the first 3 matches, and those teams, well, they're a lot of your big hitters, your big dogs on the roster. Obviously not Team Fish Taco, they were knocked off by CB Gaming, but Native Gaming and Horizon Gaming are 2 of the other squads that are 3-0 so far, along with Maryville University. So that's your 2, 4, and 5 seeded squads at 3-0 at the start of qualifiers. And the fact that CB Gaming is still labeled with that 18th seed from the start of the entire tournament means that they'll have to pull the #2 team just hours after knocking the #1 team off in the open qualifiers.
Now the question is, what is going to be the difference between Native Gaming and Team Fish Tacos as CB Gaming approach this match? Obviously, the names on Native are very strong names, but they're not as defined as someone like Dardoch or Iconic, the junglers they have just faced. A lot easier to scout players who have been in the LCS. Now, when we're looking at the big name here, they're going after Fnatic, who was in FlyQuest Academy. It seems like there's a lot of junglers here who have been on some sort of stage going up against Kiznos. But here, it's a FlyQuest Academy player and TSM Academy player, Fnatic on the side of Native Gaming. The rest on the roster, their top laner, a 17-year-old from China named Shocky, along with Mezariz in the mid lane, Scooped in the bot lane, who won PGCQ, the 2022 season, I'm trying to say what it is, I think it's season 9 split or something like that. And then you have Rhino, who is also a Team Liquid Academy player who's going under the name Pocket Focus Plus.
Lot of big hitters on that roster. Once again, a lot of players who have, like we mentioned earlier with Team Fish Taco, seen what we'd call, I guess, tier 2 League of Legends, nearly tier 1 League of Legends for a lot of these guys, and who have experience not only in those academy systems, but also in open qualifier sets that they've been a part of. And to be honest with you, Native Gaming have also looked pretty unstoppable. A lot of their games, I believe only one of them traversed 35 minutes. Most of them were pretty short and done. So they've been handling opponents as well. And it's interesting to mention because, like we talked about, Romeo, you talked about before we got off of here to take our very long break, CB Gaming, they've won 3 games, but the last 2 have been pretty big dog fights where the pressure really built up towards the end of the game. Nobody really had a lead until a couple fights broke out.
Absolutely. I'd argue all 3 of the games they've played have been very, very close until there's been these little team fights where they pull away and close out the game, usually around the 30-35 minute mark. The thing we're seeing here, though, the big difference between Native and CB, I'd say, getting this far in the tournament, is the teams Native have fought, although good, are not top-seeded teams. They've gone against Godel Gamers, which is the 9th seed, the highest seed they fought, Zenigma, and University of Toronto. Those are the 3 teams they've beaten to get here. Whereas if you look at CB's track record, they've beaten the Redbirds, they've beaten Team Fight Taco. I definitely said that wrong. Team Fish Taco. And they've beaten Douyin. So those are two of them are the top 5 seeded teams in this tournament with some marquee names that are here. And it looks like the draft has already occurred.
So it looks like our production was not privy to an invite to the lobby in time, so the draft link came a little bit late, and we've already gone through drafts. So I guess Romeo will just break it down here and give our immediate reactions off the top. And it does look like CB, I believe, is that. I'm trying to figure out. So that's CB Gaming on the blue side, right? So I was going to put this out. Native in their last game selected red side as the higher seed. They'll do it again here. And that does prime. I think the big takeaway, the first thing I see off the bat, Romeo, is they did give Kizno. That means they're giving blue side. They didn't ban Wukong. Kizno's back on Wukong, the champion that he has been unstoppable with so far this weekend.
Looking at this draft, I think there's some really interesting things. In game 1 against ISU Redbirds, we've seen 3 champs make a massive impact. That was Wukong, that was Senna, and that was Seraphine. That was the bot lane combo for Last Dance and Modad, along with you had Wukong on Kizno. That play was amazing. We've seen so many Senna Seraphine combos hit together while Kizno was diving in. Deadly combination in game 1. Now, comboing off that draft, we have what appears to be, I want to say Olaf in the top lane instead of the mid lane, but I guess it could really be vice versa. Because what we're looking at here on the side of Native Gaming, you have a Nautilus Kai'Sa bot lane. It's a strong bot lane, but they are really relying on Last Dance or Modad stepping out of position to make anything happen. Otherwise, they're on a timer while Seraphine and Senna outscale and make big impacts in the team fights. Then in the mid lane and top lane, they have Renekton and Vex. The question is, do you put Set against Vex or do you put Olaf against Vex? There's an argument to be made for both of these picks. I would imagine you're going Olaf versus Renekton because I'm pretty sure Olaf is... it's tough, actually.
It's a tough spot because I think there's a lot of combinations here from CB Gaming squad. And while we're still trying to figure out behind the scenes where the teams are at in the in-game draft, that would also provide a lot more intel for us. But you could honestly also mention, I don't know off the top of my head how much Nemesis has played Seraphine mid, but there was a time very recently with League where Seraphine mid was a pick. I'm trying to compare what the best matchup would be against a Vex as well in the mid lane.
The only thing...
I don't know if you want Set going against a Vex, though, right?
The other thing, you could do Set support. I don't think they will. To my knowledge, Modad doesn't play Set support.
Right.
And that's a very, very old thing. I don't know. It wouldn't be bad in a Nautilus Kai'Sa per se, but then you're going Senna ADC and it gets kind of rough. I imagine we're seeing Set in the mid lane and Phenom on Olaf into the Shakti's Renekton, which is a really, really bloody matchup, which I think is kind of good for CB because you're going to have Senna and Seraphine in the bot lane against Kai'Sa Nautilus. Not a lot of jungle pressure will be applied there. However, Sejuani is a really strong pick on the Native Gaming side because in that matchup, Renekton hits a lot of auto attacks, which stacks that not E-passive, but the E ability very, very well.
That's a great point to make here. I have been provided a screenshot of the in-game draft by our lovely production team, so I can give the rundown for CB Gaming's comp. It is Phenom is rocking Olaf in the top lane. Kizno is obviously on Wukong in the jungle. Set is being piloted by Nemesis in the mid lane. It is an AD carry, AP carry Seraphine pick by Last Dance, and it is armored Modad on the Senna support. So a composition that does not have a ton of AP damage at all. So Sejuani and Nautilus are going to be big players. And it is a comp very reminiscent of last season towards the end of the year where you saw, Seraphine being moved around a lot. You saw the Senna support being prioritized and a mid lane pick it's more oriented for team fighting. So this is a really Season 12-esque comp, I feel, Romeo, from CB Gaming in their 4th match of the weekend.
It's going to be interesting because we've seen with Nemesis, not the best laning phase all the time, but has made big impacts in the river and in the general objective fighting for his team. The thing that scares me in terms of this matchup in mid is Vex is going to be able to poke that set relatively free when his flash is down. Without flash, there's no threat of the flash E, and she's just able to keep fearing him, keep poking him, even when she gets on top. If that fear's up, there's not a whole lot Nemesis can do until the team fighting stages of the game. However, the Olaf Renekton fight looks like it could be very good if Kisno can impact that top lane before Fnatic does. I really think it's going to be a battle of the junglers to determine the overall flowing of that top lane. It's almost an opposite matchup of what we've seen last game. Last game was very heavy bot focused on who's going to determine who wins and loses this game. This time, it's the complete opposite. You want to focus that top lane and keep the game alive until Senna and Seraphine are ready to pop off. Like, if this game goes 30 minutes, it's 100% in the favor of CP. It's just getting there requires Olaf, Set, and Wukong to keep the game alive.
Well, to figure out how this game goes, we're actually already ready in game. The teams are set to fight it out, so let's throw it back onto Summoner's Rift. It is CB Gaming versus Native Gaming here. 2 of the 4 remaining undefeated teams here battling it out for seeding potential for next weekend. Both these teams already made it on to the next weekend slate, but still looking for bragging rights to see who the top team is, and CB Gaming looking to knock down another titan of the early power rankings from these qualifiers. A lot of weird stuff going on with both of these compositions. CB Gaming certainly pulling out a different style to what we've seen through the first 3 games, and well, they're going to go back for a bit of a death brush, trying to prevent an invade here, Romeo, but they're on the wrong side of the rift for that.
They absolutely are, and that means wards are going to get placed in the blue side of CB Gaming's jungle. That's some good vision control or early on in the game if they place any.
Wow, okay. So
wait, they chose. Sorry, I'm a little stunned.
I'm just as confused. They did not actually drop any wards. So they sweepered to see if they got spotted, but they did not drop a single warding totem. So, okay. So they at least know that Kisno is very likely starting bot side, as we do see now Nemesis is walking up onto the red side jungle. He's going to take a ton of harass here from Messages, who did run the first strike. So extra gold in the pocket of this Vex. Good summoner rune choice there, Romero, knowing the matchup, how often that Messages will get the first bout of trading in this lane.
Yeah, there's going to be a ton of poke damage, and that's going to help snowball Vex out of control if Nemesis isn't able to use that flash effectively to take her down in lane. And oh my god.
Ooh, Rhino on the Nautilus already landing a hook there on to Last Dance, but level 1, not too much good trading that can go on just yet. No Hail of Blades on Scoops Kaisa's top side. Phenom already showing off that he wants to take control of that lane as well against this Renekton. Lot of action early on, and that's what you should expect from the CB Gaming comps. They've picked to be very, very aggressive right out the gate.
Now, Sejuani has elected to 3-cap upwards, taking Raptors, Red, and Krug, so they can impact this match very early on. It's some creative pathing from Fnatic. We'll have to see if it has an impact, because if it doesn't, it will put them behind Kisno.
And Kisno just been the X factor so far. Look at that. Phenom is already a spot out. Fnatic here. Flash forward to try and land the stun. The stun comes across. Another flash forward by the Renekton. And it's first blood onto Shocky. All flash is expended, but it pays off as first blood goes the way of Native Gaming.
And Native Gaming knows they're on a timer. They have to be getting these leads before Senna Seraphine are able to scale. 2 minutes into the game, already having first blood is a great way to start if you're Shocky. That is a very, very bloody match in the top lane. Shocky's already coming back with 2 longswords. He has the TP. Both the Phenom Sums burnt. Actually, Sums are burnt across that top lane. And with first blood being picked up, they now have control of that lane.
Flashless Olaf has been already punished here by Native Gaming. Phenom goes for the Ghost Teleport and is already down in this matchup early, but we've seen time and time again from CB Gaming, they're a very resilient squad. They have perfectly content playing a little bit behind or even through a large amount of the game. It's those late team fights where they really begin to shine. And despite the fact that Phenom is given over first blood to this Renekton, still shoving lanes in hard towards Shocky.
Yes, he's still electing to shove his lanes hard. He knows Sejuani has to be on that bot side with how weird the pathing was. And the thing we notice here is Kisno, it has a little bit of a CS lead and level lead over Fnatic until the CS starts to close. It already kind of has here because that bot schedule was left up. And the problem right now for Kisnos is with that assist on Fnatic, he needs to find a way to make an impact on this map. Oh my god.
Oh boy, Fnatic walked around through the tri-brush. Flash already expended by Last Dance, but the hook, and that is a double kill in the bot lane. Masterful pathing from Fnatic. Beautiful trigger discipline there on the flash from Rhinos, and Native Gaming cashes all in once again, this time towards bot side.
And we're starting to see that CB's playstyle is going to have to change throughout this game. Kisno has been used to being a jungler who can farm up, have safe lanes, and really just make an impact on the one lane he's ready to, which is top lane. But now, 2 of his lanes are hard set behind at the moment. So I think Kisno's going to have to change up some of his pathing here to try to make a counter impact on that map.
Well, Kisno certainly has the cards stacked against him in both top and bot side of the lane so far. So far, though, Nemesis hasn't fallen behind very much to this Vex pick here from this Vex pick on the side of Native Gaming. Actually kind of even in CS almost, so props to Nemesis for, in a matchup not poised to do well in the early game, staying pretty even, but the rest of Summoner's Rift does not look good for CB Gaming. This is nearly a 2,000 gold lead at 5 minutes, and oh boy, Native's looking for more. The roam across here from Rhino and Fnatic. They've got this Olaf locked up behind his turret. Shocky comes over to try and secure the kill, and it will go over to Shocky here. A 4th kill for Native Gaming in the early game as they just continue to balloon this early lead.
And that's a 2-0 on Renekton, and the only reward for CB is a Cloud Dragon, which, to be honest, as a first dragon reward when the other team's up 4-0 is not the dragon you want it to be. There's already a 2k gold gap, and oh, wait a minute.
Scooped is all alone here, and Kisno trying to look for a turret dive here, but the teleport will come across from Messages. There's Shadow Surge out as well to try and turn something, but it falls too short. So Kisno trying to make an impact on the bot side, forces a teleport out from the Native Gaming mid laner.
It's a good teleport, but they're not going to get a whole lot for it besides the fact that Meza is going to lose a wave. But I don't really know how much overall that's going to impact the state of this game. Now, we've said each game has been an underdog story from the side of CB by the seeding. But right now, it is truly an underdog story that a comeback will need to happen if they have any chance at beating Native Gaming. Being down this far early is a hard position to play for. However, they do have a comp that if they can extend this game, it's still up in the air.
Oh boy, but here we go again. Phenom targeted once again. That's a level 6 Shocky. No ultimate for the Olaf, and Fnatic shows up to secure the kill there. It's another death for Phenom in the top lane. 0-3-0 as Native Gaming continue to go back to that well.
And Phenom has not learned his lesson, staying pushed up, and Fnatic just there to punish it once again, considering Phenom has no flash and still is down that ultimate. This is going to be really, really hard. Oh, wow.
And here we go. Now we talked about Nemesis, who is comfortable in the mid lane. He'll have a roam across from Rhino, who can't find too much. No Shadow Surge up there for Messages. Could have maybe impacted that play. But instead, it's Rhino once again looking to impact other lanes. Only able to help a shove come across as Kisno now will actually spot Messages walking up towards him. The ward drops, and might be in a precarious position here. No hook comes out from Rhino, though, and Messages doesn't want to go forward, so it's just a trade of a bit of poke damage.
And now Armored Modad on the roam has elected to be a member of trying to help this team come back in this match over staying bot lane and trying to get some farm and souls onto the Senna.
The problem here is, right, you pick this Senna so that he can stack up souls from waves in the bottom lane, right? You kind of want to keep that Senna down there to get each extra poke sometimes and pick up those souls. So a roaming Senna is kind of detrimental overall in a way to the scaling that Armored Modad may want to happen throughout this game.
It certainly can be, especially because Kai'Sa bought Call, which means she's trying to scale with the Seraphine Senna combo, and leaving her alone to let her do that isn't going to be that favorable.
And once again, though, we see Native Gaming just want to create as much pressure in the top half of this map as they spot out Kisno trying to just clear out some vision, but Fnatic forces him off of that ward. They have all 5 members of Native Gaming towards this top side. We could see an early skirmish here as Rhino will land the hook there onto Kisno. Fear comes out before he can dash back onto this Nautilus. They're doing the Rift Arrow and they're trying to keep Kisno off it, but he just gets blown up already. Fnatic secures that kill. Huge encore response though from Nemesis. From Last Dance. Nemesis picks up that trade kill and is now on top of Rhino. They force Renekton over the wall into the hands of Nemesis. There's the shutdown. Olaf leading the charge. Is this the turn for CB Gaming? Messages, takes down Phenom. The Nautilus is so low health. Scooped trades out Armored Maudad to the demise. Nemesis claims a triple kill. It's a bloodbath in the upper river. It somehow goes even in kills.
It's overall a 3-4-3 trade, and we're starting to see who's going to pull away when it comes to these lanes. And 0-4 all Olaf is going to be a useless Olaf overall. He's going to need a lot of gold funneled into him if he's going to have any priority in this game. But we look in the mid lane of CB, and they have a 3-0 set, playing into a very hard matchup with that extra gold. Might be able to turn the tide to the mid lane. The only big problem I see is Kai'Sa now has 2 kills funneled into her, but this fight isn't over.
Oh boy, Fnatic tries to pop over the wall to the Rift Herald pit, finds 3 members of CB Gaming. They're trying to take down Shelly this time. The first bout was stopped by CB Gaming, and this time it looks like they should get this for free. Fnatic wants no part of it with the pressure that's brought up here, and Kisno will secure that. So it's a 3-for-3. The Rift Herald ends up going the way of CB Gaming, and that's got to be a win for CB Gaming. Not only Romero because they get the Rift Herald, but there were some pretty big bounties early on in this game on some of the members of Native Gaming they took down.
There certainly were, and helped close the gold gap a little bit, but there is still a 3K difference. A lot has to change if they want to survive in this game, and the other problem with all 3 of them pulling the LCK strategy and running back from base here is this.
Oh my god, Glacial Prison misses, but it does not matter. They've locked the Senna Seraphine under their turret. Tower aggro, though, Scoop does pull it and ends up dying. Last Dance able to stay alive for a long time, so they get a trade kill, but the dive overall still claims both the bot lane duo from CB Gaming.
And that means Dragon should be the reward for Native, as CB tries to trade him back, but the flash is going to keep Meza alive. And now a Hextech Dragon going to go into the pocket of Native Gaming.
Yep, they start up that Hextech Dragon. Isn't dead just yet. Kisnos has shown up. Though he's on top of Ward, feared, knocked up, and blown up. Walks right into the trap set there by Native Gaming. And now Nemesis is going to have to run away or he'll pay the price. They'll pick up the Hextech Drake and the CB Gaming jungler.
And that's the thing. 3 will beat 2 in the game of mathematics, which means Hextech Dragon firmly on the side. The added ability haste going to do quite a bit for these champions that we see on the side of Native Gaming. It's really nice onto champions like Vex, onto champions like Sejuani and Kai'Sa, and it's a really nice early dragon to have this early in the game. Coupled with the gold lead, the Kai'Sa already has the Kraken Slayer. Sejuani elected to go Radiant Virtue, already in their pocket as they're 4-1-5. This game is looking firmly in the hands of Native Gaming.
But don't count CB Gaming out just yet. They've shown that they are very big at fighting and getting back into these games, as you can already see. Armored Maudad trying to get as many Senna stacks as possible towards the bot side. The secure of that Hextech Drake does mean we have a Chemtech Soul on board, which means Dragon priority just went up about 200%, along with the distance you can travel on those blast cones. And we see that Kisno trying to set up a bit of a death brush here. He has walked all the way up to that far red side brush, and it's up to the bot lane from the Native Gaming bot lane. I can't believe I forgot that. To walk up into that trap is we actually see Fnatic's just shown up to try to trade himself. Now we have a 3v3 going on. Cyclone from Kisno pops out, knocks up both the tanky members, the second bout as well. The Vex in the background, 3-man encore lands, but they just don't have the damage to punish for it and have to retreat back to their turret. His top side, there's Renekton ult pop. Ragnarok as well, no CC for Shocky here, and my god, does that look like a lane Renekton's been winning all day? Phenom forces him back under turret.
If only Phenom could have prevented those early kills, that probably would have been a kill in his pocket. But because of how far behind the Olaf is, he wasn't able to turn it. But it gives some hope to anyone watching who's supporting CB Gaming, seeing how much damage Phenom's still able to do to Shocky at the moment.
Turret plating soon to fall. Not a lot of those claimed as Shelly will pop out into the mid lane here. I'm guessing just a gold injection, hopefully, for Nemesis as the charge will drop and give over gold to both Kisno and Nemesis. So extra gold in the pockets to bring the gold lead a little bit closer. But like you said all day, Romero, it's still firmly to the side of Native Gaming.
What I think is really hard right now for CB is they're still trying to play into the Phenom win condition early. We see Sets 3-0, but has picked up a Radiant Virtue, which is something that's going to help champions like Kisno and Phenom as they go into these team fights and are running at the enemy team. And the thing with Seraphine's Senna ult is it's really good at helping Olaf and Wukong with their engages and staying alive as they run down the enemy team comp. But the problem is the two champions you're supporting are firmly behind in this match.
Good point to make there, as it does seem that Nemesis has basically locked himself into a supportive, utility-oriented set mid here, which is intriguing to see there's no switch off that strategy, despite the fact he picked up 3 kills, 3 of the 4 kills for CB Gaming early on. We'll have to see how that plays, but the sort of structure is certainly there for the Enchanter Deathball 5-man we're running right at you front to back comp. The question is, will it have the damage and execution being this far behind? It seems like CB Gaming still have to be a bit more proactive to get some more gold injection for their team.
Yeah, they certainly will, because although they do have a scaling win con, as these next 15 minutes roll, in 5 minutes we're going to see Baron pop onto the map. Are they going to be able to survive the first Baron push if Native Gaming claim it? There's so many what-ifs that are going to be coming up as this game gets later and later, and it's going to be really interesting to see. Will they be able to defend? Can they bring it to the 30-35 minute mark? Right now, in terms of Dragons, there's not really a soul that's going to be coming up until 30 minutes at least. And if with the Chem Tank soul, it would be very nice to see it on either of these teams. Renekton's really strong, below half health. Olaf is a champion you're expecting to be below half health. And that new buff to it, bring it to 11% damage reduction and added damage. Make it a very strong soul.
Well, the pressure is mounted towards this bot lane. Fnatic shows up just once, and the entirety duo of Last Dance and Armored Maudad don't want any chances taken of a turret dive. They will give over the first turret to Native Gaming. And Fnatic back in the mid lane here, trying to get on top of Nemesis. He'll pull back the W for extra damage. The shield is gone, though. Stun comes across Glacial Prison. It will be a flash away from Nemesis, the Dawning Shadow from Senna to protect him. And it's just going to be a flash to cure. No death for Nemesis just yet.
You know, I don't know if taking that tower is as good as it seems for Native Gaming, because there is always the option with how long the laning phase is extended to, keeping that lane alive and forcing Seraphine and Senna to have to still play under that first turret to get NECS, and just keep diving them on repeat to get extra kills. However, they're so far ahead, they pretty much have free dragons now with that bot lane opened up, and a big fight looks like it's going to break out in the top lane.
Yep, Hook landed on top of Kisno. There's the depth charge as well. Knock up the Wukong, very low health. Cyclone, Encore creates some distance. There's the grand showstopper into 4. The set W does a ton of damage. Scooped is forced to flash away, but the damage just isn't there. Flash forward from Shocky, shutdowns across the board. Seraphine grabs one, but Messages shuts down the set, and it looks like Native Gaming come up on top this time at the river.
They definitely do. The Radiant did do a lot. It kept Kisno alive, but also kind of convinced him to go back into the fight. They were able to pull a large bounty off of Sejuani onto Last Dance, but again, it was a reversal of fortune once Set inevitably went down in the middle of 5 of them. It does show that they are getting stronger, but they're still not strong enough to win a 5v5 team fight. And if it keeps going in that direction, it's not going to be looking good for CB. They need to find some sort of strategy in that playbook to keep themselves alive. We see Seraphine just picked up a Rod of Ages. That means they need to survive till 27 minutes for her to get that added level and for Senna to really start coming online. They just picked up the Umbral Glaive now. They have a lot of time to stall, and they need to figure out a better way of doing it to have any hope at coming back from the 6k gold gap.
And you can see just there, I believe Scooped actually picked up the Rift Tower at the back end of that fight. Excuse me, just dropped it in the mid lane to create even more pressure, actually secures the outer turret there with Shelly. So stalling is certainly the name of the game, and I'm glad you mentioned that that Rod of Ages was purchased there for Last Dance. At 17 minutes, certainly late to the party is that buy. It will take a lot of time to stack up. As you can see, CB Gaming, they just can't even advance into the river here. They have to give the first Chemtech Drake away for free, as stalling continues to be the name of the game.
The map pressure is very heavy towards that bot side. Of course, T1 mid turret has fallen. Bot 1 mid turret has fallen, which means Native Gaming, that entire bot side and mid area of the map is practically theirs for the time being. The only objective they can really contest is that Baron, but with how big the gold gap is, it makes it such a dangerous move.
We'll have to see for the first time. This is CB Gaming, the most back against the wall they've been this entire weekend against the number 2 seeded Native Gaming squad. And Native Gaming still hunting. Glacial Prison just misses on Armored Mod Dad, but they continue to take space up. And now Rhino lands a hook. Ragnarok is popped there, but it does not matter. Phenom falls. Scooped is on a killing spree, and this Kaisa is really starting to ramp up.
And it's definitely rough. Maybe could have got away if he popped the Ragnarok earlier, but wanted to hold on to it for when his team got there in case they were to turn. And oh my god!
Ooh, Rhino Hex Splash over the wall to grab the Seraphine. Encore hits 3 though. Cyclone does a ton of damage as well. So many low health bars. It's a double for Last Dance, but they can't just finish it off. The Vex was untouched. A double kill comes across for Messages, and it's 4 dead of CB Gaming in the top side.
And that's gotta hurt because Set's down there only taking a T1 turret. The Fed player of their team not there. Of course, Last Dance has got a lot of gold on them with that Encore. They're now 4-3. Positive KDA. Gonna get close to that second item. They have a fully stacked tier to go along with it. Well, now Baron is up. And do they really have a fighting chance to take it?
You could see the picture though. You can see the image from a distance of like how this lines up. You could see it in that turret dive. If you can land Last Dance with a big Encore playing back into that Cyclone, there's so many knockups, so much disruption that if the damage is there from Armored Mod Dad, if there's enough damage from this AP built Last Dance Seraphine to come across on top of that Olaf free hitting, the picture is there. They just don't have the equipment right now to make those hits do enough damage to win the fights, as they'll have to continue and stall. And stalling's gonna get a lot harder with that purple worm back on Summoner's Rift.
And the problem is the tank is filling up, but will the tank fill in time before their base is in ruins? They got 2 T2 turrets left, and every turret left standing in their base. And the only thing they've taken away from Nemesis is that bot T1. However, it looks like they're stacking up in that mid wave, getting a lot of souls inside. Oh my god, on a hook!
Armored Mod Dad gets hooked by Rhino, but here comes the turn. Look at that. Nemesis was right behind him, pops out, says hello, and Last Dance claims that kill. So the 5 stack is starting to get results here. Armored Mod Dad, very low health though, and with that 1 kill onto Rhino, do they decide to go for the Baron? No, it's a turn. Clone over the wall, and Messages has to use the Blast Cone to get out as well. All while this is going on though, you can see Shocky is shoving in these bot waves, and that's going to stop CB Gaming from pulling the trigger on Baron.
And Shocky's going for that T3 turret. Is it over ambitious or is it going to work? He's going to choose to pull out. But now that's just another section of the map that is gone for CB Gaming. It seems every time they make a play to try to pull themselves back, Native Gaming's doing a great job at finding somewhere else to bring them one step closer to ending the game. And that's what you got to do with an early mid-game team comp. You need to find a way to close it by 23 minutes, 25 minutes, 27 minutes. They've been very proficient at doing that in their past matches. The thing is, if we know one thing about CB, they're resilient, they can hold on, and that tank's getting filled quicker and quicker. Seraphine really starting to come online. The Senna getting those souls in. The problem still remains, though. Phenom and Kisno desperately behind. That play Kisno made on Vex usually works out because he's so used to being ahead. But Wukong right now, unfortunately, is not. The two we're used to seeing make a lot of plays for CB are the two they can no longer rely on, as Last Dance, Modad, and Nemesis are the ones who have the responsibility of keeping this going.
And right now, they have to go straight to the Baron pit as Native Gaming have started it up here. Rhino off to the side, watches all 5 members huddle into this river, and they're there too late. The Baron already drops. Shadowshires drops on top of Last Dance. There's the pull forward by Messages, forces the Zanyas out. Scooped is so low HP, but is still free hitting, and Kizno will drop. They found Last Dance. The Olaf will be able to get on top of Scooped with Ragnarok, but all of his teammates have fallen. Set is the only one that remains. The Nemesis drops. Native Gaming, they pick up the Baron and an ace, and that might just be enough for the game.
They're calling for the end, of course. Messages has gone to the bot lane. He's taking another 2-3. They have the Baron. No one's going to be up for another 10 seconds. Is the game going to be over? Is the undefeated streak of CB Gaming going to remain alive? Or are they going to be able to close it out here? We see the walls breaking down. Messages pulling away from that bot lane. And it seems they're going to back. They're keeping them with a little bit of hope. But will there be able to still keep this game alive? Is the tank ready to go yet for CB? Or are Native Gaming going to just be able to flatten out what's left?
Right now, Shocky is caught out by Armored Mod Dad. Shocky runs through the hills knowing where the death timers are at. Armored Mod Dad, desperate to create some sort of avenues, just chasing Shocky down, but that blast cone will send him to safety. And what makes this rubbing the salt in the wound a bit here, the next Chemtech Drake is also on Summoner's Rift, and it gotta think the Native Gaming, with this massive 13,000 gold lead, will get Soul Point for free.
It would appear to be that way. That dragon, there's no way CB's ever going to contest it. That's going to be Soul Point. That's 2 Chem Tank Dragons in the bag for Native Gaming, along with that Hextech Dragon. Meanwhile, CB only has the Cloud Dragon to contest it. Their walls have fallen, and Inhib is down. Inhib revealed, only one T3 tower left. You can feel the air being choked out, but there certainly is still air left in the lungs of CB Gaming.
It's going to take close to a miracle here from CB Gaming to compete, and here comes the pick. Kiznos, they drop Flash 4 from Last Dance. The Encore, it misses Scooped just wide left, and oh boy, here comes the turn from Native Gaming. Messages already picks off one. Scooped will finally fall. There's the grand challenge forward. They do force Rhinos out, and look at this. Native Gaming, they're not able to get to the backline, yet the healing is massive, but here comes the Fed Renekton. Shocky pops ult, dashes in, stun comes across. Nemesis is so low and finally dropped. A hook from Rhino lands on top of Armored Mod Dad. He drops Flash forward across from Fnatic, and Last Dance, all he can do is emote as he's dropped another ace for Native Gaming, and this time it'll be for the game.
That will be it as Native Gaming goes 4-0 in the NACL qualifiers and will be one of the last 2 undefeated teams left going into the Swiss round 5 of this tournament.
This game had a lot of pressure built up to it from a bit of exchanges from both these teams prior to the game. There was some dishappy parties with the start time, but Native Gaming, no matter when the game started, have come out on top, and it was a resounding victory across the board.
They got the lead early on. We've seen Fnatic rock house running through that map, and of course, once Scoop got a lead, they were able to slaughter the entire Summoner's Rift. And of course, Shocky had a great experience in that top lane. The 17-year-old kid really went off against Phenom and was able to show why Renekton can take the winning side of the matchup against Olaf.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, it just, on all facets, it was a stomp here. The composition was a little weird from CB Gaming, far cry from what I've seen from them this entire weekend, and it really just didn't pan out. You saw the vision there with the ultimate chains, but you can't lose that hard early and expect any sort of result of that later in the game here. And yeah, props, like you said, Romeo, to Fnatic, just was creating plays from what felt like 3 minutes in on for his lanes. He got Shocky ahead early and then immediately prioritized bottom lane, went for a turret dive that came out successful for Scoop, set him up to perform super well again, and you could just see how easy it is when you have an impactful jungler to play through in these games.
Yeah, absolutely. The Sejuani pick turns out to be absolutely incredible on the side of Native Gaming. But as for CB, there's still 1 round left. They could still finish out the tournament 4-1, which would still be monumental as you go into the GSL side of the bracket. This match, despite how hard it was, you could see the picture they were trying to set up. And on Native Gaming side, they had a goal in mind. They just took out the map piece by piece, because League of Legends at the end of the day is a game of inches. They took the towers, slowly wrecked the map, were able to get rid of the entire influence of CP until there was nothing left. They played incredibly smart, knew their win conditions, and really bullied CB Gaming's bot lane for picking such a scaling comp there.
Certainly did bully them well. And checking in on the other 3-0 match, Maryville University has actually knocked down Horizon Gaming. So based off of the seeding, I can't confirm it. We'll know when we get back here. But I'm pretty certain that Horizon Gaming will be CB Gaming's next team slotted here, as both squads are now 3-1. So it looks like CB Gaming will go from playing the number 2 seed after knocking the number 1 seed down, and now they have to take on number 4 in Horizon Gaming. But to find all that out, we'll have to take another break as the tournament organizers for this qualifiers figure out what all the matchups are for the final match. And certainly a lot of pressure off CB Gaming. They don't have to worry about qualifying for the next round, but you got to think, Romeo, ending 4-1 with that higher seed going into next weekend is a very, very great thing to grab.
Oh, absolutely. They might not be able to get the 5-0, but they can still get the 4-1. And if they're able to take that into the GSL bracket, they have so many more points to play with as we get to the next round of qualifier, and ultimately will bring them one step closer to the NACL. The thing with this, the way this is set up, every match truly counts if you want to make it to that next step. So despite them being down 3-1, this match still matters just as much as they head in against what seems to be Horizon.
Well, you heard it from Romeo. If that's not good enough reason to stick around, then I don't know what is. Certainly a bit of a come down from the high that we started out with today. But after this next and final extended break, we'll have the final game of CB Gaming's first weekend of North American Challengers League qualifiers, very likely against Horizon Gaming. So don't go anywhere, folks. We'll be back for one more game of League of Legends on this Sunday afternoon. Well, everybody, it's finally that time of the night, the final match of what has been a whirlwind of a weekend for CB Gaming in the North American Challengers League qualifiers. Round 1, they're 3-1 through 4 games, already shored up a spot in next week's contest, but now looking to push it to 4-1 for better seeding. And we're a little behind here. The teams, not the greatest communication between two of the teams. We already have the draft for their game against Horizon Gaming, which was the team that I said I was right about, Romeo, that they were going to play in the next round.
You were.
They're already slated. They're already getting through the client-side draft as we speak.
So right now, it's the 4th seeded team against the 18th seeded team. Of course, they're playing for the 5 extra points in qualifiers. Right now, we got the draft on the board. Why don't you run us through the draft real quick?
Yeah, so it looks like for the side, I believe, just to make sure I get this correct here, CB Gaming is on the blue side, so they got the blue side again here, and a little bit of a different look from what we've seen from them so far. They do R1 the Varus, and we got to assume that it will be another on-hit Varus. The Volley Bear will slide into the top lane. We have the Viego coming out here for Kizno, because even despite the fact his Wukong wasn't banned away, so wanted to come off the Wukong. There's a respect ban given over to Armored Maudad, so no Blitzcrank could come out. Fiora also banned away from Phenom, so 2 bans prioritized towards CB Gaming. And they round out their comp with Oriana Rakan. That is what I like to call in the business, Romeo, ball delivery service.
Yes, it would appear that is the case. A very different draft than what we're used to seeing from CB. I think that's fair to say. Of course, the Viego has been pulled up before to some good success from Kizno. He was able to get a lot of the resets off that we need to see. But in this game, it's going to really be pivotal, I think. When we're looking at the individual matchup before we get onto the Rift here, we have Varus and Rakan taking on Jhin and Karma, which Jhin and Karma is an omnipotent bot lane duo. I think it's very, very, very strong because of the way Jin's kit works, and also gives a low mobility champion a chance to actually move around. However, when you look at Horizon's draft, there isn't overly too much punishment onto a low mobility Varus besides a Rise TP, really. Like Graves, the way he has to enter for ganks, it shouldn't hit Varus too hard with the low mobility. In the mid lane, we have Oriana and Rise. It's the battle of team fights versus moving around the map. Will Rise be able to get some good roam timers off with that TP and make some good plays happen throughout laning phase to really make up for his impact in team fights as we move into the mid game? And then, of course, top lane, we have Volley Bear. We have Cassante. Sorry, I completely broke. Cassante with the most solo kills in the top lane in any league in the world right now. He is one of the strongest top laners there is. So that is a very, very strong pickup on Horizon. The Volley Bear matchup into it, I'm not super proficient on how it would go. It's a counter pick, so you'd hope it goes well and that it's been tested by Phenom. And if we've seen anything from Phenom, you don't want to go one-on-one with that Undertaker. So we're going to have to see what happens there. It is most likely going to be an AP Volley, although I suppose they could also rock it. It actually might be Tank Volley, considering the overall draft of the team. And in our jungle matchup, Viego versus Graves. This is going to be on Kizno to really make an impact before Graves scales up and starts one-shotting his teammates.
Yeah, it's a really big battle of the scalers in the jungle. I think is a good thing to point out there. Kizno, the Viego certainly can scale well in Snowball as well, but Graves is the king of scaling in the jungle for Nidhogg there on the side of Horizon Gaming. The Karma also has been heavily prioritized. We are privy to see all of the drafts, all the results from the qualifying rounds. We've been able to look at every team's composition, what they've been playing across the entire thing, and I think I've seen Karma in at least, I would argue, at least half the games, if not more. Very high pick support will be doing up with the Jhin. Not a pairing you see very often. Varus Rakan isn't a pairing you see very often as well, and I think those will be 2 interesting compositions to follow up in the bottom lane. But yeah, I think Romeo, you highlighted the big point. Whenever you have Cassante on Summoner's Rift, in the current patch we are on right now, you got to worry about him not only just being the big tank in the front line, so much crowd control, but once he pops that all out form, it goes from, oh boy, this guy is unkillable, to, oh boy, this guy can kill me very quickly.
Yeah, I think that's going to be the thing. This match looks a lot bloodier than the last one for CB. They're not as heavily waiting around for their bot lane to scale. It's very much so oriented on let's win our lanes, let's win our team fights, and then let's smash the game. Whereas on the other side, It's very similar to that, only they have Jin and Graves who are really capable of scaling up and impacting the late game. So it's going to be interesting to see what CB does to try to close out the game before targets like Jin and Graves get super strong.
Well, one of these two teams is going to go into the next round of open qualifiers with a 4-1 record. The other one will, well, limp, in quotation marks, 3-2. To figure that out, it's time for one more bout of Slayer and Romeo on Summoner's Rift. Let's go game side to see how this entire thing plays out here. And boy, do we have certainly two interesting compositions at play here. Some champions, at least on the CB side, we haven't seen played too much. Phenom on the Volley Bear. No Flash there as well, Romeo. Once again, going on a flashless top laner.
I think it's very, very interesting to see on Volley Bear. I'm not sure if I'm the biggest fan of Phenom running Ghost TP on Volley. For the sake, I think Flash queuing on Volley Bear is really, really useful, as well as flashing into those E's, especially if he chooses to commit to the AP path, which it looks like we could see considering he's bought the door and ring so far, but of course it doesn't mean a whole lot. He's got Grasp if he elects to go the tankier side. But it's going to be interesting to see, is Phenom going to play hard at the Cassante, someone who's got a lot of solo kills, once Kisno starts coming through his lane?
It'll be certainly intriguing to watch going forward here, as we do see Nemesis get some early poke damage there done onto the set, I believe. The Cassante. I'm getting my champion switched up.
Set? This isn't last game
This
now.
isn't last game. I'm getting things switched up here, as it looks like we will get a bit of an invade here, a late one as well. Last game we saw an intriguing invade from Native Gaming, and now we're going to see Horizon Gaming stacking up for a late one. Usually here, certainly looking to steal away the buffs, and, well, they've read it to perfection, as it looks like Kisno will actually just start topside. Maybe some vertical jungling coming out for our final game of the night.
Something that is worth mentioning about this game is that both these teams were 4-0 up until that last match. So there is a bit of momentum change for both of them. They've both taken their first loss of these qualifiers, and that's got to change the way you think moving into Game 5.
Certainly a good point to make. Both these teams were already 3-0, had their next spot solidified in for the qualifiers, and now are coming off their first loss. Will be interesting to track going forward here, as we do see a lot of trading early here. Bottom lane has been the point of contention every game, it seems like, early game for CB Gaming. And once again, it is mid lane. Oh boy, that is already flash burned by Nemesis, the gank coming across there for the Graves. So Summoner already down in the mid lane early for CB Gaming.
And it's going to be hard for Viego to do a whole lot. He knows Graves took his red side, but to invade him here would be difficult without mid-prio, and he's going to try to earn it here as he heads into this game.
Flash forward from the Rise. That's first blood secured there by Yunbi. The response from Kipsno is there as well, though. So it's a trade 1-for-1 in the mid lane, but first blood secured for the Rise. Bot side, though, Flash away from the Karma, trying to create some distance. A good knockup comes across from the Rakan.
And we got tiers perched on both sides of the mid lane. Graves using this time to get some of his CS, but an invade from Viego into the bot side coming up.
Sappy Mask utilizing that shove from Cassante very well to get a knockup. And speaking of knockups, there's Armored Maudad with another one on top of the Jhin, but is able to get the root in response. The crit shot follows, but it looks like Last Dance is far from low, so just some trading nonetheless. Is a lot of summoners down across Summoner's Rift, and oh boy, Kisno is caught trying to invade for the blue, rooted up from Jhin from distance, and this should be Yumbi securing the kill on the Rise. Oh boy, don't want to get a Rise going early at all, Romeo, if you are CB Gaming.
No, you don't. And right now, HVAC is looking very, very powerful. 2 stacks in that Dark Seal. A very confident buy from HVAC. And now, as we move into these later stages of the game, he's going to do a lot more. But here, bot lane.
Oh my god, another trade coming out. This time it's CB Gaming on top. Last Dance picks up the kill onto the Karma. They're not able to get the Jhin, but here comes the flank from Nidhogg. Able to get the Q onto the wall. Rakan solo. Those Graves autos can't go through minions, though, and it looks like CB's able to just escape behind their own foot soldiers topside. Trade of blows. Phenom has Sappy Mask, very low health as well, and my god, Romeo, you predicted this game would be a bloodbath early, and it has been so far across the Rift.
This is absolute war. What a change of pace is going on here. Each lane brawling it out, trying to put the other team into submission here. as they try to find a lead. The gold race is neck and neck. Top lane, Volley's permanently pushed, but K'Sante has the gold advantage. In the mid lane, Rise has a 2 stacks in the Darksteel, 2 kills on the board, ready to roll. And the bot lane, CB has taken advantage as Varus is the one who's up a kill over Jhin.
And just in case anybody at home hasn't been following along, we have seen Last Dance play Varus already once today, and the big point of contention has been the meta really points towards that Comet lethality Varus build, but the first game they took down, Team Fish Taco rocked a very on-hit, lethal tempo style Varus, and that is once again what we will see here for the final game of CB Gaming. There's a big root. Karma root will come across as well, but there's the knock-up response from Armored Maudad. Ignite comes out, but the piercing arrow whiffs just a little bit too far to the right, and now Maudad is caught out a little too far forward. Low HP as well, and Last Days was just taken out by Dragon there. The junglers come across, flash forward from Kizno trying to trade the Karma, but she'll pick up the kill, and oh, it's a disaster. Nidhogg also trades out Armored Maudad. 3 dead in the bottom lane for CG.
And just perfect pathing from Nidhogg to be able to be there to counter the Viego response. And now he's also going to get the Dragon as a response to that first Dragon on the board. Going to go to the side of Horizon, and they are looking really strong as they get the early advantage in this game. They just separated our 100 gold lead to a 1,000 gold lead. Jin's going to pick up those Boots of Swiftness and a pickaxe, and it's looking really good on the side of Horizon Gaming.
I guess the silver lining, Romeo, for CB Gaming here is that not a single one of those kills went over to Saphis Sage. So this Jhin is 0-4, stifled for a decent amount of gold. Obviously, you still get gold from assists and will be in a better spot, but not already scaling to be the powerhouse Jhin that he can be in late game. Has been handicapped a bit, and it looks like we're going to have a 3-man response. CG Gaming, flash already coming out from Sappy Mask, but the stun will land. Turret is turned off by the Stormbringer, so they have all assault they want, but the dash on all-out form from K'Sante, he's able to create enough distance, and CB Gaming come out with nothing.
And that's got to hurt if you are Kizno, Nemesis, and Phenom, expending so many resources going to the top lane and trying to pull back a little bit of an advantage for your team. And although it's a nice tower dive, K'Sante is that champion who, he's just that guy, man. He's just that guy who can walk out of that tower right and say, sorry, I'm leaving. Thank you for your abilities and flashes and whatnot. You're not going to kill me. And he's all out of there.
He certainly is all out of there. Perfect way to put it there. I noticed the pun. Don't worry, Romeo. We'll see how much that all out affects this game later on as ultimates are all starting to come online across Summoner's Rift here. And Horizon Gaming, I know you mentioned it earlier. The game was neck and neck. Certainly have taken a bit of a lead, and it helps that they have the scaling factor as well in a couple lanes.
They do have the scaling factor overall in terms of the jungle and bot lane of Horizon. However, with Varus, a big root there, but with Varus taking the lethal tempo, it does look a little bit better in terms of scaling on the side of CB. That being said, it's still kind of 2 against 1, but Orianna should be able to alleviate a lot of it in the team fights with the ball delivery service.
The ball delivery service will hopefully be something we will see tonight. That is obviously for all the viewers at home who don't know exactly what that joke is about. Orianna can put the ball onto any allies and then command shockwave. So a lot of players love to utilize Rakans going forward with that command shockwave, the charm, the knockups into command shockwave. So hopefully that is the composition we'll see later into fights. But by that time, the hope is that CB Gaming is still not too far behind. They're still very much in this game, but it looks like here Nidhogg is trying to create more distance. Orianna, command shockwave out, still has flashes over the wall to safety. On the other side, we see Kizno secured the Rift Herald, but Sappy Mask is trying to cut off the escape here. Phenom protecting his jungler. The other 2 from Horizon Gaming not able to catch up, so it's a burn flash for Nemesis, but a Rift Herald secured for the squad in total.
And that Rift Herald might be able to inject some extra gold into the side of CB. Try to bring that gold gap a little bit closer. It's not too far right now, but it's definitely going to help alleviate some of the early gold gap and allow them to play for maybe that next dragon that's coming up in 2 minutes.
That is a good contention point to watch for forward, as dragon stacking hasn't been much of a factor in any of CB Gaming's plays today. None of those games have had soul points secured by either one of the squads in the 2 games played today. We'll see if that becomes a factor here, as Phenom, despite being an even footing in last game, we saw this as well, loves to just continuously shove waves under his opponent's turret in the top lane.
It's a very, very aggressive top laner, but that might bite him here as Nidhogg approaches the wave.
Oh, there's the all-out form. It pulls Phenom back under turret. Has to utilize Stormbringer to run away. It's a flash forward, though, from Nidhogg. The slow, not out just yet from the smoke screen. He's still able to run. He's limping his way back to the turret. It's Sappy Mask smites him down and sends him to the gray screen. But on the bot side, it's a catch onto the Karma with a bounty as well. So they find the kill onto Dragon. It's a trade 1-for-1 across Summoner's Rift.
And that's a big shutdown onto the ADC of CB Gaming. Last Dance going to start being charged. I wouldn't be surprised if the next back means almost a mythic, if not an entire mythic, onto Last Dance. And maybe they pick up that Kraken Slayer as they get back onto the Rift. Of course, the Rift Herald gonna go down and to inject even more gold into the ADC.
Yep, that's another 175, or I believe 175, might have just been 75. Gold nonetheless into the pocket of Last Dance's CB Gaming. Sure, they may still be a bit behind from the earlier skirmishes, but they at least know their carry point going forward in Last Dance's Varus.
And truthfully, you'd think it's Caitlyn right now as their bot laner, with how many platings have fallen in that bot lane for Horizon Gaming. They might be able to break open laning phase early, which I think would be very, very useful if you're CB. You don't want to leave Phenom in that lane with Cassante too much longer, and considering Ryze is such an advantage over Orianna gold-wise, it's very important for them to break open this bot lane and have Last Dance and Armored rotate mid to allow them to have more dominance over the map and make up for some of the disadvantages they're experiencing in the other lanes.
Couldn't have said it better myself, Romeo, as we get a bit of a Death Brush setup, coming across Kisno and Armored Maudad. They both have ultimates online as well. Jump forward for Armored Maudad, will retreat quickly. Kisno shows himself, stun will land on top of the Karma. Change of Corruption as well, the Charm, the ultimate duo line up beautifully as Last Dance has his third kill. But here comes the response here from Nidhogg, trying to get something back. We'll find one on the Armored Maudad, but Kisno with another possession finds the trade, now possessing the Graves, trying to go forward. Heartbreaker won't find any damage on top of Yunbi, and it's going to be a 2-for-1 though in the bottom lane for CB Gaming overall.
A 2-for-1 is monumental right now as the gold gap slowly closes again. It's another kill on the Viego. It's another kill on the Varus. Those are two of your highest damage contention champions, so getting all your gold onto them is vastly important. Meanwhile, you notice on Horizon side, a lot of the gold is on Karma. Not necessarily something you want to see, considering Karma's not really, like, she's a good support. She's not bad to have gold on in terms of support, but you definitely prefer to be on someone like Sophis Sage or someone like HVAC and get them to 4-1 rather than having a 2-3 Karma.
Yeah, Sophis Sage certainly the beneficiary of playing pseudo support in the AD carry role currently. 0-5 has not gotten to cash any kill in for those 5 kill participation points that he has overall, and might stunt his growth as a scaling AD carry, and it certainly doesn't help that on the other side. Last Dance is now 3-1-1, has that Immortal Shield Bow, the Mythic completed, and is sporting a comfortable bounty for the kills he's secured. However, Hextech Drake will be secured on the back end of that by Horizon Gaming's jungler. So they have a stack going as we go to the top side. Another collapse try on to Sappy Mask. Another 3. Already pops it all out for him, trying to create distance. Turret gets turned off by Stormbringer, and Sappy Mask is sent to the gray screen. They finally get the 3-man play on the top laner for Horizon Gaming.
And that's really nice if you are Phenom, finally pulling the kill back that you've been missing. Of course, both Frostfires brought out here. I don't expect to see too much more fighting in that top lane going forward, but oh my god.
Oh my god, they've caught Last Dance. He's surrounded, cut off by Nidhogg. The shutdown will once again, though, go over to Dragon Min Kim. So their dive succeeds for Horizon Gaming, but the gold, for the 3rd time, it seems this game not going to the right people.
It succeeds for sure. And of course, you want to get that shutdown gold as quick as you can. However, yeah, they just have a really strong Karma, and they're going to lose that top turret for it, which puts gold onto Viego and onto Volibear. It's a very big mix here we're starting to notice, where they might have a lot of gold on the side of Horizon. Actually, correct myself, the gold is even after that first turret's taken, although it looks like bot's going to fall and give them the advantage back. So you might have a little bit more gold on Horizon, but you don't have the gold on the right people. And that could bite you in team fights moving forward.
We'll have to see how that impacts some of these fights going forward. Lack of damage was certainly the biggest issue for CB Gaming in their loss last game to Native Gaming, and we'll have to see if that comes across for Horizon Gaming. The big takeaway, though, Romeo, is we certainly have a game on our hands. Oh my God, Last Dance trying his play at Yumbi there. He went after the Rise in a 1v1. Rarely do you see an AD carry stepping to any sort of mid laner for a 1v1 exchange, but nothing going to come of it, as it looks like Kisno is going for his second Rift Herald of the game and will secure it. But a fight might break out here. Sappy Mask is here, does not have All Out. There's the charm coming across for Rakan. They've knocked up Cassante. All Out form finally pops. He trades one and just dashes out to safety here. The turn might come across too, as there's Phenom rooted up, pulled back. He's in the middle of all of Horizon Gaming and taken out. Nidhogg is running forward, trying to create even more distance. The backline is too low. The ult will go wide, but here comes the Realm Warp. They're diving forward. They want Last Dance. Under turret they go, but here comes the turn. Kisno with the shutdown onto Rise. Cassante goes too far as well, and it's a turn back for CB Gaming. They won't go down without fighting.
And it's insane. It looked so good for Horizon. An omnipotent counterplay from them. But they got too greedy. They seen the money bag in their eyes, and the Rise TP resulted in their entire advantage being blown to 2 towers, firing them up, and now Kisno is Mr. Moneybags on the Rift.
Don't want to let a Viego start scaling up just as much as you don't want to let a Varus start scaling up, because if he can get one of those possessions in a fight, it can turn the tides completely. And Kisno couldn't have picked a better spot to show up. And even better, you talk about he gets the goal with the kill. Well, the only remaining shutdown Romeo on the side of Horizon Gaming was their mid laner Yunbi, who he picked off.
The thing is, with Kisno, is if he can find the right targets later in the game to transform into, he gets their items, he gets their stats, and he's ready to go. If he picks off someone like Ra, oh wow.
Oh, well, hold on. Speaking of Yunbi and Kisno, it looks like Yunbi's trying to get a kill back onto Kisno, but here comes the hero. Armored Mondad knock up, the charm comes across, and they baited Yunbi to perfection to pick up another kill. But here, hold on here, though. They might see a response here. Horizon Gaming trying to get on the Last Dance with the fancy footwork. He does dodge out on the Jhin route, and there's nothing for Horizon to get back.
They are going to take the T1 top, but the Rift Heralds drop. The T2 bot may fall. And that bot lane plays an example of a vision difference, where there was a lot of vision on the side of CB, but they didn't have a lot of defensive vision in their jungler. No way to tell Armored Maudad's coming. So when HVAC tried to take that fight, right place, right time, Armored Maudad able to help Kisno turn the fight, and now Kisno's one step stronger.
I know we didn't get to break down the draft very much due to some issues with communication, but I would have pointed out the fact that anytime you see a Rakan in play, that is immediately an X-Factor player for whatever squad. And Armored Maudad has already shown out in the support role in their upset win over #1 seed Team Fish Taco, and is now on a champion not like similar to Blitzcrank in his effectiveness for fights. Certainly a different style, Romero, but if Rakan can get enough charms and big knockups, he could be the hero for CB Gaming.
And we've seen Maudad be a very, very efficient player for the side of CB. It feels like no matter what champion he's on, even if it's not the biggest impact being noticed, of course, it's support, you're not seeing the kills or the stat lines being buffed. But every time he makes a play, it feels like it makes a monumental impact for CB.
Ooh, there we go. Flash forward. Kisno doesn't get the stun across, though. Nidhogg is able to dash over the wall. Big point of contention here is our first Ocean Soul. Drake is up, and CB Gaming are content on trying to stop the stack. They'll start up the Ocean Drake. They're keeping Nidhogg off to the side here. There's the charm coming across. Nidhogg forced to flash back over the wall. The calling does come out here, though. Curtain call, doesn't find any kills yet, but now Phenom is in the middle of many. There's the all-out to pull the Viego, and they've shut him down. Kisno is dead, and now Phenom on the wrong side of the fight all alone. Sappy Mask finds one. There's a trade of kills, but Last Face can only find one, and now it's Armored Maudad forced to run for the hills. Horizon Gaming find the fight in the river.
And the thing with Horizon's comp is a lot of them can survive a long time. The Gore Drinker goes off. It keeps Nidhogg alive. Cassante is unkillable, and if Viego cannot find and execute so that he can take over the soul of his opponent, he's not getting the health back, he's not getting the resets, and it just lets Kisno go down before he can even really get started in a team fight.
You're really feeling the impact of Cassante in this game. We've seen it across every major pro series you can name. The LEC, LCK, LPL, LCS. There's at least at one point been a top laner to select Cassante and take over a game. And this time, in this game for the North American Challenger qualifiers, it is Sappy Mask who's able to pull Kisno away from his team with that all-out form and execute him. You've got to put a big light onto this Cassante, but the problem is, Romeo, that light can't be a target because you cannot go for that tank in a fight and expect to win.
No, you absolutely can't, because that's the thing with Cassante. You target him, he can throw you over a wall. Now he has the 1v1 situation, which 9 times out of 10 he's winning, and when he's in a fight, he can just block half your damage. It's a really hard champion to play against because there's just so much built into that kit that allows him to work with his team and alone and keep himself alive permanently. You think you're about to kill him, but then the all-out comes out, he gets half his health, and he just is a survivalist in that top lane.
It's got to think, Romeo, that the CB Gaming strategy here is they have to find a way onto that backline, and it's got to be through the one and only ball delivery system to get things going.
Yeah, I think it does. It needs to be through the ball delivery system, and maybe Kisno, if he can find a good flank, to take out someone like Jin and take him over, and take out someone like Rise and take him over. Or might I say, Graves could be a absolutely banger person to take over and really get the ball rolling in team fights. It's just going to be really hard because there's a state until we start seeing heel cut come out on the side of CB Gaming.
Let's see what you did there, Romeo. Get the ball rolling, ball delivery system. I pick up on those things. Good little pun to throw in there. Is it seems like the Purple Worm has crested on to Summoner's Rift, and Horizon Gaming are bringing a lot of focus here. Both top laners in Phenom and Sappy Mask, both sporting teleports as well, so they'll be off to the side in the bottom lane skirmishing until some sort of action comes from the mid lane or either one of these 4 stacks for both teams.
It's always nice to see both teams take double teleports because you can know that when both teams have that, the team fights are going to be big. And I can only imagine this Baron fight is going to be a large determiner on whether or not Horizon can steamroll this game or if CB can close the gap and claim the big purple worm.
Ooh, look at this. It's a catch. Another charm knockup from Armor and Mod Dad and another pick. Dragonmin Kim drops, and that might give them just enough of a green light to try and start this Baron up. They're going to start by clearing Vision out, and Kisto's going to make the call, though. They'll take the pick and take the cash and run away with it.
Now that might be hard for them because in 2 minutes, Ocean Dragon is up, and that's Soul Point. They're going to elect to go for Baron here and try to claim it before Dragon's up and maybe get an advantage going into that Soul Point Dragon.
Well, they certainly burn it with the amount of AD damage they have, but here comes the curtain call. Horizon Gaming not going down without a fight. Baron being held around 4.5k, but here's the turn. Armor Mod Dad, another knockup. They've got Sappy Mask. They knocked down the Cassante, and now it's a free-for-all. Kisto over the wall, trying to get on to Sophus Sage. The auto's coming across. He's able to flash over the Raptor pit, but Phenom is still chasing him down. They want this Jin dead to right. He'll be cut off. Phenom there to get the execute. Stun comes across. Shut down for Kisto. The Rise teleports to try to make something back here, but Kisto is able to survive with low health. Now they're trying to, Horizon Gaming is trying to cut off CB Gaming, but they're able to escape with the kills and will have to go for a reset.
I said it last game and I'll say it again. 5 beats 4, and mathematically, they're gonna win that every time with the extra damage of all 5 champs. The gold gap's not big enough for you to take an underground fight and try to have 4 take on 5 for Horizon. That's what happens when CB turns around. They have 5 people in that Baron pit. You're not gonna get a kill. You either try to steal it, or you leave it alone and try to do something else on the other side of the map. And just like that, CB and Horizon are neck and neck, but this Dragon in 45 seconds can be a huge determiner. It is Soul Point for Horizon Gaming. Ocean Soul is massive in keeping people alive in fights and shutting down Kisno's resets.
Wouldn't be surprised here if Horizon Gaming tried to give up the trade here. If they, move over and start a Baron with that Ocean Drake alive, you got to think CB Gaming might just take the free Ocean Drake to stop the stack here. But as I say that, both these squads look to still be posturing towards this bot side river, the focus on these mid waves, and it looks like we're on a collateral course to a big 5v5 fight.
If you're CB, you have to take this fight. You can't give up that soul. Horizon are the team with the option. Do we go for Baron or do we fight this? But it really looks like they are going to go all in and try to get this dragon.
BB Gaming doing such a good job creating so little vision in the rift, but you can see here Nidhogg and Yunbi have flanked the pit to get some vision down in it as well. And it looks like Nidhogg is just going to start it up on his own some. It does force Armored Mada and the team back over. The Drake will reset, but Kisno, he wants the fight with Nidhogg. Jumps forward, isn't able to land the stun, and now CB Gaming, they're trapped on both sides. They're cornered. They have to get out of this fighting, and they're going to start by hitting the Ocean Drake again, resetting it. It now jumps on top of the Cassante, and both these teams just daring the other one to go in. A fake Realm Warp goes down from Yunbi, so Realm Warp goes down. No usage of that as Nidhogg continues to try and look for a flank. Armored Madad now coming up behind the pit. The tension is building. When will one of these teams take a step forward? The Drake is started up once again. Is it going to be a 50-50? All out drops on top of the Juggler, and Nidhogg secures it. Ocean Soul's picked up, but can they win the fight? Kisno's already take down Sappy Mask. Stormbringer over the wall from Phenom to try and jump on top of this Rise. They're trying to get the kills. The shields are coming across though. Yunbi just won't go down, and he finds the shutdown onto Phenom. Phenom picks up the Rise. They get the kills, but they can't get the soul, Romeo.
They win in terms of a gold standpoint, but in terms of stat, that is the worst case scenario for CB Gaming. They are starting to buy heal cut on this back. You can see grievous wounds on Viego, grievous wounds on Rakan. But will it be enough to really prevent Ocean Soul? Not really, and that means every fight just got so much harder. You have to be bursting down people if you want to win. You need to find the flank angle onto people like Jin, onto people like Rise, because now killing someone like Graves or Cassante is so much harder with their new sustain.
Couldn't have said it better myself. Ocean Soul, maybe not one of the more powerful ones. It's not the cream of the crop in the current meta like you think about your Mountain Souls and your Hextech Souls, but still certainly a soul as well. The first one CB Gaming have given up or seen in either of any of their 3 games today. And maybe the bigger story is, yeah, Ocean Soul is on the side of Horizon Gaming, but with Ocean Soul secured, that means Elder Dragon could play a huge factor as it's online for this final game of CB Gaming's qualifier run this weekend.
And we've already seen in a match today, a team lose Soul, but claim Elder and use it to run down mid and win the game. Is that potentially a possibility for either of these teams? That Elder Dragon fight in 4 minutes is going to be monumental and possibly be a game winner. But right now, Baron's on the map, and there's a fight in mid for priority to try and get it. But we're going to get a sneak here.
They're trying to sneak, but that ward spotted them out, so CB Gaming knows, and now Nidhogg is going to try and run for the hills here out the backside of the Baron pit. CB Gaming now caught on both sides as we see both mid laners in the bottom lane. They both have teleport. Nidhogg and Cassante, they started back up again, but here we go. Armor Mada with the flank. He's able to land the charm. The knockup comes across. They found Nidhogg. They shut him down. All out pulls Last Dance over the Baron pit, but now Cassante doesn't have the backing of his jungler. They've picked up Nidhogg, and that might be enough for them to turn onto Baron, but they want more. Kisno has caught out Sophie Sage, shoving the mid lane. Flash, the stun lands, trying to get as much damage down as he can. Stormbringer coming over top. They want this Jin so bad, but they can't find the kill. Yunbi teleports in to save his AD carry, and somehow there's only 1 kill throughout that entire fight for CB Gaming.
But it's a problem for CB because Rise has been on the split push. He took down the T2. He's trying to take down the T3 as we speak. Volibear the only one to stop him, but the T3's down. He's going for the inhib.
He's still going for the inhib. Phenom's trying to juggle the minions, but those don't matter with the inhib turret down. On the other side, CB Gaming, they're trying to burn down the Baron. Curtain Call comes out doing a ton of damage as well. They find the knockup though. Dragon Min Kim is taken down by Last Dance. They're going to try and chase down Sophie Sage one more time, but he continues to elude them. Another teleport coming over back from Horizon in the background. It's going to be Yunbi finally showing up for the fight, but the charms land across, flash away from Yunbi. Can he get the damage out? Nidhogg finally returns, and they shut down Armored Moddad. So many low health bars. Kisno is forced to go into the Shroud and try and run as the extended fight goes the way of Horizon on the back of Yunbi coming to the fight.
And the problem with fighting a team with Ocean Soul is extended fights like this is exactly what they want. They have the split push of the bot lane the longer it went on, and they're able to survive with the heals constantly coming through every 5 seconds. Baron's going to go to the side of Horizon. They're going to try to close up this game. In 2 minutes, Elder is up. And if you're asking me, I think Elder is CB's last hope at keeping this game alive.
They've already had their base broken into. Yunbi was able to take that bot side inhibitor, so they have to worry about supers pouring in. They have to worry about a Baron onslaught from 4 members of Horizon Gaming for the other 2 turrets, and it's 30 minutes in, and they haven't even knocked down that mid-outer turret. So a lot of standing gold, a lot to go through, and Romeo put it perfectly. They have to stall and win this Elder and win that fight if they want any chance of getting back into this one.
If they get the Elder Drake, and odds are they'll ace the enemy team and can maybe run down mid in time to get a lot back for them. But the problem is, if they lose this fight, they're guaranteed 3-2.
And the fight might not even come if Horizon Gaming decide to press the issue with Baron, currently just utilizing it to slow down any sort of minion shove towards this mid wave. You can see that Sappy Mask is just hanging out next to Sophis Sage, trying to make sure that these minion waves with Baron and Powered Cannons barrel down towards the blue side base. And we get a bit of an A-ramming going on. We have 4 members strong, 5 for CB Gaming. They're leaving the Rise in the side lane. That means they have to go for a pick. Huge 3-man charm. The ball delivery system comes across. He finds a kill onto Sophis Sage. They shut down Dragon Min Kim. CB Gaming. It took 30 minutes, but the ball delivery system cashes in heavy. A triple kill for Kizno.
But Rise still split, pushing on the tops of the match, looking for a T3, but the Elder Drake spawning in 25 seconds. Half of Horizon's dead. They can't really contest it, but somebody needs to stop Rise!
Somebody has to go back, and it looks like it's going to be Phenom, a teleport as well coming across from Nemesis, but the inhibitor has already gone down, and Yunbi's just going to walk out. Those teleports mean absolutely nothing now but to pick up the advancing wave, and it looks like CB Gaming, they're not even going to be able to knock down that mid-outer as Nidhogg cuts them off, and now look at this. Yunbi's walked all the way over from topside. He's going to flank the 3-man CB Gaming on the Elder. This could be disastrous if CB Gaming can't stall out. Phenom coming across to try and cut off the 2 advancing members of Horizon Gaming. Yunbi burning him down. The Elder down below 6 grand. They're going to try and turn on to Yunbi. They have the knockups. They have the Chains of Corruption. And they have the shutdown. Yunbi's taken out. And now Horizon Gaming, the rest of the team coming to the aid of Nidhogg. Curtain Call's going to come out. This Elder is still burning down. It hasn't been taken. Curtain Call finds not enough damage anywhere. The ball is out in play with Command Shockwave. The knockups come across. They're trying to get Nidhogg, but he won't go down. Nipso finally finds that kill. He's on a rampage. Sophis Sage in the background trying to get the work done. He can't kill off Kizno, though. Double kill for the Viego. He's the only one up, has the possession. The crit shot's coming off. It's going to have to be Sappy Mask, and he finds the kill. A triple kill, and that might just be the game in the most dramatic fashion possible.
The TP coming through from Sappy Mask, and unfortunately, Cassante just a little bit too strong to go down to Kizno, and he's knocking down those turrets as it looks like Horizon Gaming is going to be finishing this first round of qualifiers 4-1.
What? I am nearly out of breath. Like a 45-minute long fight. It feels like 45-second long fight ends with Horizon Gaming able to outlast on another extended fight and cash in a 4-1 record. A bit of a ceremonious final kill on to Armored Maudad, but it does go the way of Horizon Gaming. And honestly, the stakes weren't that high, Romeo, but from a pure gameplay standpoint, what a game.
Both these teams fought their heart out for the honor of trying to get 4-1 going to the next round. Ultimately, it would go over to Horizon, but you've seen CB, they did not stop fighting for the entire game. They were ultimately getting choked out from those side waves, investing a lot into the team fights. It didn't go their way when they needed it to, but ultimately, they fought till the very end.
Yeah, it just seems like Horizon Gaming had CB just second-guessing themselves too much. Like, it was multiple times where they would start up one of those neutral objectives, start up Baron, burn it down like over halfway, 60 to 70%, and then they decide to turn. Sometimes that worked out, but you could see in that final fight, how many times, Romeo, did they knock Elder near 5,000 to just come off it and try and turn and fight?
They weren't willing to commit to it. It was looking good, but when they went for Nidhogg and Nidhogg gore drinkered 5 of them, his health went right back to full, and just like that is how you turn a fight. They fought their hearts out. Unfortunately, there are some decision-making plays that may need to get adjusted going into next week, and that's the thing. next week, it's next weekend. They have a week to decide how their play style is going to change, fix those decision-making errors, and really gun hard as you go into the tournament style of the NACL qualifiers. They clearly have changed their play style a bit over the course of the last 2 days. You get to see what a lot of the teams you're facing like to play. Even this game, it felt like they were trying to use some strats you've seen get used from native gaming. You could see their play style definitely switched up from scaling to being a lot more confident in terms of their early and mid game. And it's going to be interesting what strategy they're going to use as they go into BCL, and potentially we may see some rematches. We could see them take on Horizon again. We could see them take on Team Fish. We could see them take on Native Gaming again in this next round. So they have to be prepared for these upcoming matches next week.
The big takeaway, though, from that amazing spiel from Romeo is look forward to next week. So yes, the fact that CB Gaming, they do lose their final 2 to end 3-2. They started out hot enough to confirm their place in the next round of North American Challengers League qualifiers in this winter set. So it's a successful weekend nonetheless. We don't know exactly how the broadcasting will work for the next set of rounds, if there will be able to be a CB Gaming stream or if that'll be taken over by a different production team. But that is going to close out our very long slate of games today. Romeo, you have any final thoughts before we get out of here for the CB Gaming faithful?
I am just really thankful that you guys let me be a voice that got to cast these NACL qualifiers, and hopefully we're able to get some broadcasts on next week. If not, I'm really excited regardless to watch what happens in this next round. And of course, it's been a pleasure getting to work with both Yanni and Slayer. They're 2 amazing play-by-play casters, and check them out for sure. They're incredible to listen to.
I appreciate it, Romeo. It's been amazing to listen to your analytical work. I get caught sometimes because I'm just thinking about how much you're saying. Obviously, check out Romeo below at his Twitter as well. Big shout out to CB Gaming and Yanni for allowing me to step in for him as he is gone. It was an absolute blast casting some of these games. I would be lying if I didn't say these were some of my most hyped games I've ever casted in my short-lived career. Special shout out again, both behind the scenes to production, Pop Tart on production, making sure everything you're seeing on the screen is beautiful to watch, all the amazing graphics, all the scene selections, the changes, everything except, us talking. It was Pop Tart, and it's been an absolute blast. Make sure to stay locked to CB Gaming socials as they figure out when their next game will be of the next round of North American Challengers League qualifiers. But for now, I've been Slayer. That's Romeo. Enjoy the rest of your weekend.